Big stretch. Shout out to my mom. Okay, let's open up the game. I'm not hearing any sound. Wait, could it be that my headphones are turned down? It is that my headphones are turned down. Solved the problem on my own. So, luckily, I didn't lose much progress because I thought I lost a lot because I kind of sort of rage quit. But no, it turns out that I was just right here at the check the traps part. So I just have to do this. But I also had another chance to re-roll on this thing where we looked at his suit. And I got it right. That shirt looks very uncomfortable on him. Look at the buttons. Barely keeping that thing together as if something is ready to rip out from underneath it. See, I rolled a 6 and a 5 and 11. So I got a 17 on that check. So all in all, it was pretty good. Pretty fucking good. Let me just mute this. Let me just open up this. Click here and click here. Make sure everything's going good. Okay. One underneath it?
Yes. Like a piece of ceramic armor, for example. One that makes a clicking sound when the plates meet each other, resembling pearls or marbles, stolen from the corpse in the yard near where he lives.
I see you're a connoisseur of high-quality combat gear.
I knew you'd figure it out, officer. I'm sorry I didn't tell you at once. I was ashamed of what I did. And I didn't want you to know.
You see gleaming white ceramic shine underneath. A thin layer of interlocking plates covers this gauntlet.
This shame is surprisingly sincere.
Gary, what's going on?
Later, Morale. I've got apologizing to do.
No, you've got explaining to do.
Lieutenant's tone is icy. Why did you really put those clothes in the trash?
Everyone was picking those pieces off him, and I was watching them do it. And they'd scattered his clothes all over the yard. Everything was smelling.
He looks at his feet.
So I went there to take out the trash and started cleaning up. All those rags on the ground, him swinging up there, and I had a lapse of honor, sir. I thought, he's a foreigner. They all say he wasn't from here. Only the cuirass was left. So I stripped it off him. It was early in the morning. No one saw me. I took it with me. It was a mistake. Had I known it'd give you guys trouble, I wouldn't have... Fuck.
It's okay. It was a loose end, and you're tying it up now.
I'm so fucking sorry I called you Yellow Man. Sealite officers commanded the suzerain's navy. Most of them sided with the king when...
He shakes his head.
They were thoroughly conservative men, he realizes suddenly. It's difficult to say what the lieutenant thinks of this historic apology. His face does not belie emotions.
Why did you lie to me, Gary?
Because I was weak. I should have told you the moment I saw you. But...
The hell, Gary? You in trouble?
I'll explain later.
He doesn't muster up the strength to yell. Did you know who killed the hangman?
I always thought it was the Union. Some Union hardasses. Lynched him because of the strike. But almost everyone in town knows that. I wish I could tell you more.
Give me the army now.
He sighs again, hangs his head, and unbuttons his shirt fully. A cuirass that matches the dead man's boots comes into view. Soon it is in your hands, smelling of his sweat, but so light to hold, like a bag of cotton.
You're done here now, Gary.
Absolutely. I will never do anything like this again.
Thank you for your cooperation. I want to put a point in logic. And then... under close, I think there's stuff that would give me plus bonuses to logic. +1 volition, +1 pain threshold, -1 empathy. Ah, it was also this hat.
Yes?
Aha! Sorry, cop. Boy mentioned suicide. Why did the 41st send me?
Look at you. It's because you're a failure. They sent you to Slight, Precinct 57.
I can't be right. Yeah, that makes more sense than the other stuff I thought of. I can't be
Just
right.
think about it for a second. You're a raging alcoholic who showed up 3 days late wearing piss-stained disco garb. You weren't sent here to win.
Kim, what if my precinct sent me on this case because I'm a fuck-up? Like, as a joke.
I've considered it.
So it's
It
true.
would be immensely ugly of them, not to mention unprofessional. But I also think it's somewhat unlikely.
Why is
I
that?
checked the records. This jurisdiction dispute, who polices Martinez, reaches back to the 30s. It's as old as my station. And all this time we can't decide who gets Martinez? I think, yes, both stations would prefer a win.
Do you really see me as a safe bet?
Safe? No. But you're old. You've made it this far. Something has brought you through. We've only just started working together, so I don't know what it is yet. But it's there. So no, I don't think they sent you as a joke. And even if they did,
Goodest
they are
of the
in
good
for a
cops.
surprise.
That patch of reeds over there, it's a great place to hide something. Kind of out of the way, being so close to the water.
Wait, I can't see
You
anything
don't have a
interesting.
reason to. Yet.
What is this about?
Nothing. Just a hunch. The hunch passes, leaving you there, by the old boy bobbing in the water. Time to go.
The soggy logs smell of ignition fluid. Still won't light up. It's also possible to have fire going this close near the ocean. Tiny cage is carefully constructed. Okay. So now welcome back to the part where we do a bit of backtracking. Use that to heal immediately. You know, if I stay in that shack for free, I can use most of this money that I now have to buy a lot of healing items. That would be entirely fucking worth it. Use one.
There's a trap in the reeds at your... The reeds. The wind picks up here.
We
Locusts
already know
are crawling around.
how to
Big
do
surprise.
this.
Anyway, 1 down, 3 to go.
Damn, I was hoping it would be in the first one. Not expected to find anything. I'm helping subsistence get some fresh air. It'll be in the next one, surely.
Surely. Anyway, the air is nice and fresh here.
Check the trap. Well, just set up in the cryptozoologist camp. Check the trap near the boat houses west of the Felt building. Okay. And we also still gotta talk to that girl again. And this time, hopefully, she doesn't break my mental. Patience to do this.
A shaggy-looking girl in her late teens or early 20s.
Oh.
It's cold out here, but she...
Huh?
There's your hat.
So should you.
I should and you.
Oh. I didn't notice that.
Nice. You should wear one too if you plan on staying outside in this weather.
Yeah, well... Look, man, fuck the hat.
What did she just say? That's not how a civilian is supposed to address an officer of the law.
Hey, is that a closer autosave to where I want to be? I like that. I like that idea a lot. I still have the thing, right? I do. And I think I was going to ask him about the thing, right?
Yes?
Nah, I already asked him about that thing. And that's what I get for fucking up. Because I got that one right, so I'm going to reload the checkpoint till I get it right again. Because I let RNG decide it first time, and RNG decided to give it to me, so now I'm going to save scum till I get it. But this time I'm gonna head towards her first. Make a nice little quick save. See if there's anything I can use to quickly up my authority. That will up my authority if I take off those glasses. Let me go back to my Dick Mullins hat. There we go.
A shaggy-looking girl.
Oh.
It's cold out here.
Huh? So should you. Oh. I didn't notice that. Yeah, well...
What did she just say? That your eyes are fixed on her as everything.
Nice.
Make her meet. The kid isn't arrogant. She's just a...
You're right. I shouldn't have sworn.
Now some
Okay.
questions for you. What's your
Estelle.
name? What's your
What?
surname?
Okay,
Police.
it's
a very common. You have little reason to doubt this.
What's that
This
device you have there?
actually
And the
just one wire.
wires. That's a contact
Contact.
Your
microphone.
mangled brain would like you to know there is a boxer called Contact Mike.
Any
No,
news on
You're
this?
welcome.
Does it have anything to do with contact mic?
Yeah, I record stuff with it.
No, I mean the boxer.
No, this is a contact
just be people-
microphone.
He's a role model.
An entire litany spews.
Yes, you heard
Man,
right.
are one weird cop.
That means this is about your lack of respect for one of boxer's greats.
What is it with you and this Mike guy? Okay, If it floats your boat, I'll be more like Contact Mike and less like me.
Self-respect is not meant to float any boats but your own.
I'll keep that in mind for future use.
How's that thing
The
work?
mic? I don't exactly know. Somehow it doesn't pick up vibrations from the air. The book said it only picks up structure-borne sound, if you like technobabble.
Where'd you get the
Same
microphone?
place I got the recorder from.
What's
Oh
Polly?
man, it's a music
Elysium.
club and a...
Thinking about it really cheers her up. It's a long way from here, though.
So interesting. Who's this Arno guy?
Oh yeah. Guess you wouldn't know Van Eyck.
You get down. You
I don't
grind.
know what that means either.
It means I'm hit beyond my years.
That's cool.
You're right. Time has deserted me.
Sucks, man. Was there something else? About the Contact Mike, perhaps?
Yes, I have some non-mic
Okay.
questions. Would you not hear in the call?
Recording, I guess.
What are you recording exactly?
I think I'm recording cracks in the ice. But there's no way to tell. Not without headphones. I think I just recorded your footsteps too. Not sure how that will sound.
Wait, what happened to the headphones?
My boyfriend sold them.
For
I
what?
don't know, man. Things. Just stuff you need for life.
Everything checks out, sire.
And what are the recordings for? It cracks the
The
footprints?
musicians in the Elysium used them for making music. They looped the stuff, cutting the tapes together. They make music out of cracks in the ice and keys jangling. Crazy sounds like that. It's hard to explain.
Just done.
Anyway, I thought I'd make some too. It's supposed to be, like, a music place anyway.
Drops his shoulders and looks
I
around.
don't really know what I'm doing. They use synthesizers too. I don't have a synthesizer.
She looks at the recording device. The thing she thought would fill her hours with joy and escape. It's turning out to be an empty fantasy. She feels childish. Very useless all of a sudden.
Take this, you're cold.
Tenet. Gets to take off his
No,
jacket.
man, fuck that, I'm cool. I'm sorry I said that. I'm sorry about the fuck.
It's okay.
Now this is where a hat will come in handy. If you're at here, you need this more than I do.
Thanks.
She puts it on. It's a bit large for her. Said it's supposed to be a music place. Where is it?
That? The boys think it could be a place, like the Elysium or something. Stupid. It's really not gonna be a Elysium, that's for sure. Yeah, Andre and the guys, they're inside, in the tent.
And why is that?
Why are you out here freezing while the boys are inside?
They got too much stuff crammed in there. No room.
Stuff like what?
Music stuff mostly. Like this tape recorder, but bigger. And there's piles of it.
Why not just leave some of it outside so you don't have to freeze?
That stuff is more expensive than I am. More expensive than any of us, really. Doesn't matter. I can take the cold.
There's some other questions.
Go ahead.
More like contact Mike now. Gave her her hat. Tell me more about this music place you've been planning in the church.
It's supposed to become like a club for anodic dance music, like that new style of synthesizer stuff they play at the Elysium. Except that, yeah,
She looks up at the old wooden church on the poles, and the men wind comes bellowing in. The six-story structure lets out a doleful shriek. What is Adonic dance music?
you know, anodic, cathodic, music that's made with electronic instruments.
On instruments like what?
Synthesizers and tape consoles. Microcomputers too. Anything that uses electricity, but isn't guitars. Also found sounds, stuff like that.
You see clear, beautiful, violent flashes of light. Light cutting through a smoke-filled darkness. That is what the future will look like. If it ever comes.
So you want to turn the church into a club?
I know. It's not my idea. Andre and the boys found the place. It was supposed to be deserted, but now they can't even take it. Hey, you two are cops.
Yes, why do you ask?
Okay, well, maybe you could talk to Andre and the guys. because there are some strange things going on in that church. If you're police, you should look into it, right?
I'll talk to
They're
them.
inside that thing there. Would be cool if you did. Was there something else?
About the church.
Go ahead.
Why is it called or being questioned? Why is that?
Well, it's just questioning, right? You're just questioning me. It's what cops do.
Have you been questioned before?
Once or twice, yeah. I'm sorry I haven't had the Revachol experience they get east of the river.
So what trouble you've gotten into with the police? What's east of the river?
Rich people. Rich people are east of the river.
Sneer, I bet they're really rich. Whisper, let me guess, these rich people are not from around here. Strange, the existence of rich people does not stir any emotion in me. One.
Good luck crossing that river on your police salary then.
So what trouble have you gotten into with the police?
The usual. I had a shitty run as a teenager.
What's the usual?
You know, drinking, getting into fights. The ugly stuff that happens when you move out your parents' place at 13. In Fallberg.
Interesting term. Time to glean some knowledge.
Wait, what is Infilberg?
Is this a rhetorical question?
No, I literally can't remember even the most basic terms sometimes.
Faubourg, not in Faubourg, is a massive banlieue south of Jamrock Quarter. It is the largest ghetto in Revachol, possibly the world.
And why did you have to move out when you were so young?
My dad was a drunk. Plus, I guess, I just wanted to drink too, you know. Get my party on.
I get that, I'm a major party animal myself. Major. Party and disco music are bad for you. You should take me as a warning example.
She nods very cautiously.
Well, let's give this a shot.
The device is still warm from
That's a
her
good roll.
touch and heavy as a brick from the batteries inside. The company logo, Omicron, adorns its yellow plastic cover. Inside, the tape is rolling. The girl looks at the device in your hands.
I'm sorry you have to sit here on the ice feeling miserable. At your age or at any age. In this weather, waiting for it to get dark.
She looks you in the eye, her pupils wide, surrounded by a ridiculous amount of makeup.
People who built this world intended to be better for you, but they failed. It is easier to live in their failure with this by your side. Tap on a tape recorder.
The wind howls. She remains silent. It's real. Tell her.
It's not a childish fantasy. It could be a real weapon against what's coming for you now.
What is?
The dark. Nothing. This don't be scared. I once again reminded of how Contact Mike rose from the slums of St. Prestige on top of the boxing world, university, and serious brain trauma. Nothing is coming. Nothing here wouldn't knock out in 3 rounds. The real fight is for the right attitude.
I can't believe this turned into another Mike thing. Fine. Okay, I'll stick to it. I'll knock it out in 3 rounds.
There is little you can do to help her now. But given the chance, you feel like you should. There is something about her. A weightiness. Something changes between you two. She looks at you differently now. As an equal. A fellow human being.
So thanks, I guess, for the psych session. Maybe I can return it. What's been eating you, officer?
Eating me? There's nothing eating me.
Come on, I can tell. But, okay. Be a boyadero about it if you want to.
I guess there is something that's been making my life hell.
What is it?
I'm gonna fucking kick you in the head.
Gentleman, he likes to let people go first.
So rude.
Fucking doorstop, potato.
We'll just keep playing ahead of the greater good. Ahead of the good.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no one understands that sometimes you gotta make sacrifices for the sake of progress. It's all fate.
So, the thing that's been eating you is the slow pace of social progress.
There you are. I'm all for slow and steady progress. I just wish people would be a little bit more reasonable is all.
Okay, so you're not that upset, it sounds like.
I told you I'm highly distressed by the state of affairs.
Uh-huh. And you're sure it's social progress you're distressed about, and not, I don't know, some chick?
Now that you mention it, I found these letters I thrown in the trash. They might have something to do with it.
Okay. Why'd you think that?
And oh boy, did reading them make me not feel good.
There you have it then, chick trouble. Not political after all. Who was she?
I don't remember.
Really? You seem to be pretty upset about this chica. Are you sure you don't remember anything about her?
I remember her scent, and that's all.
Wow, man. That's some pretty strange shit. Are you sure the letters were for you?
Yeah, I'm sure. Why would I have reacted so strongly otherwise?
How come you don't remember, though? Is it like some selective memory thing?
What do you mean by a selective memory?
Man, when I get hurt, I just want to forget that shit, you know? That kind of selective memory.
I think it's more about me getting so unbelievably drunk I completely erased all memory of this world.
Yeah, or it might be that. This one time I did so much booze that I forgot too.
It's obvious she's done more than booze.
Or it might just be some psych bullshit, you know? Königstein wank.
What is this Königstein like?
You know, the psych thing they've got going on there. Rich people like it. People in Königstein are mostly rich.
Thanks for the bullshit psych thing then.
You're welcome. Might be for the best to keep that shit forgotten though. Just my opinion. If it itches, don't scratch.
Yes, but it itches really, really bad.
Okay, bye.
Trash. Some unending party. Polski's. Just take a rat. This supermarket's covered in humans.
The tent is just tarpaulin fabric covering a pile of stuff. The flap is open. Inside, 3 young men are listening to some new form of music. It's like nothing you've ever heard. One of them looks at you.
Come on, get in and close the flap behind you. The warm stuff's getting out.
It's safe to assume this is their leader, or at least he thinks he is.
Sorry,
Reason.
we barely have room for one.
You go ahead. I'm too old for this.
I'm actually not, he thinks. I just dislike delinquents.
I'm sure you will feel right at home. I'll keep watch.
Gases filled with what appear to be water. The label says distilled. It's kind of.
You see a youngish man bleaching the tips of his hair with a toothbrush. He puts the toothbrush down and extends his hand in greeting.
Hello, I'm Andre. It's a pleasure to meet you.
His grip is strong, sweaty, and warm. He's trying to project and inspire confidence.
This is my posse, Noid,
The young man with earrings looks at you suspiciously.
and Egghead. Egg!
The tape player high above his head continues to blast what is probably Adonic music.
Together with a Settle Burger, who's out there right now, doing some seriously progressive sonic experimentation, we like to think of ourselves as music venue organisers.
Wait, how many music venues have you organized?
We have many in the pipeline, officer.
That means they haven't set up a single one yet.
Why are you
See,
here?
we've been all over Jamrock North, prospecting for real estate to establish a new venue in.
Oh, that's all for talent.
Yeah, thank you, Egghead. And while there is no shortage of raw, unfettered talent spinning tapes in Jamrock, we've had rotten luck with the real estate part.
Place is a shithole.
I apologise for my friend Noid's potty mouth. I realise this is not how you speak to a police officer. He has authority issues.
No need, the place is pretty bad. Next time, watch yourself. Just something you wanted? Your friend Elise said that there was a problem with the church.
Oh, so you've met her? Good, good. Yeah, it's a matter of occupied ecclesiastical property. I bet you've noticed the derelict hive of narcomania on the coast.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the church. And I'm not exaggerating. Even a place of spiritual refuge can become a magnet for all sorts of dopeheads and burnouts if left unattended.
Dopeheads! Burnouts!
He angrily spits on his screw, then starts.
Well, I'm sad to
cleaning
say,
it.
that's exactly what happened. Sad because we were just about to put matinees on the map with one of the maddest dance clubs in Jamrock. Nah, strike that, in Revachol.
Strike that! The word!
And sadder yet, because the dopeheads and burnouts holed up in there are the worst kind.
He leans back a little, watching you with a steady, serious gaze, letting you imagine just how bad those dopeheads and burnouts really are. Good. This calls for an opinion. You're an expert in those.
I won't stand for any kind. It's on my watch. Shake your head gravely.
Yes, yes. And the worst part is, they're also spooky.
What exactly do you mean by spooky?
I was hoping you would be the judge of that, officer. All I can say is, their spookiness is the kind that keeps us from restoring this church into a community centre and a place of spiritual refuge. Also, they don't eat or clean the building. Shit's gonna collapse. People just want to spin tapes without them spooking it up. Place has bad signs. No one can dance like that. Thank you, Egghead. So you're gonna look into it, right? It should be a police matter. Getting them out. Whatever spooky stuff they're doing, I'm sure it's not what the Ecclesiastes meant their property for.
I'll look into it. Tell me
All
more.
right, man.
Andre's obviously very happy you took him seriously. The whole tent is. The boys exchanged giddy looks.
What's the status of this church? I haven't gotten inside the building yet.
I asked Noid to install a measure against more drifters wandering in. A padlock. It's a temporary fix. Just something to contain the situation.
I had to do it in an hurry. Not my best work, but it should hold for a while.
How about the key?
Of course. Noid, give the officer the key.
All right.
The speaker dips to his belt pack and produces a yellow key and then makes a sudden cool infused move, tossing it into your general direction. Be a cool cop, catch the key as it flies towards you. Come on!
It's as if time is frozen somehow.
No.
You think you can sense the key moving in the air. Yeah, this is going to be way cool.
Don't ruin the cool by overdoing it. Raise your hand in front of your face with minimal effort.
Blam! Straight in the eye. Straight in the old eye hole. In the looking ball. A stabbing pain. Tears stream uncontrollably from your right eye.
Ouch, god damn asshole, what is wrong with you? Can't you see I'm in pain now?
Man, I'm super sorry. That was totally my bad. I got overexcited. Threw him too hard. I'm sorry.
He looks like he's genuinely sorry. He didn't throw them better.
I'm sorry. Bend your face in mockery of the useless notion. You almost murdered me. A cop. That's use of lethal force.
I really am sorry, man. Just take this, okay?
He pulls out some black paper from his belt bag.
Wow, looks like there's quite a lot there.
The least you could
I
do.
hope that settles it. Or wait. The key?
Casually hands you the yellow
He
key.
is shifting in his spot, uncomfortably, still feeling sorry for the mishap.
We were talking about the padlock, I think.
How long have those people been locked in there?
Not long. Like a week, maybe?
How can you be sure they haven't starved to death?
I'm super sure they're alive. I mean, come on. I'm at least 90%, maybe 85% sure they're still alive.
Somewhere in the ruinous past that led you here, there was something called exams. You may have learned the term involuntary manslaughter there.
Andre, do you know what involuntary manslaughter means?
Yes, I do. I listen to Channel 8 all the time. I know about crime stuff, and I assure you, officer, this is not what's happening here. I'm at least 80% sure they're alive. I mean, come on. Most people aren't ever that alive in their entire lives.
What does that even
I
mean?
don't know. What does anything mean, really?
Oh, yeah.
Sounds like
You're right.
nonsense.
It is nonsense. Total garbage. I knew you'd see through it. You're one smart cop.
I get by. Now where was I with the
He
padlock?
nods attentively, ready to answer the questions of one smart cop.
Not long. Like a week, maybe? I'm super...
Somewhere in the ruinous past that led you here, there was something called exams. You may have learned the term involuntary
It's
manslaughter
not good
there.
enough when you're dealing with another person's physical well-being.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry too. I guess it wasn't very hardcore of us to just lock them in like that.
Me too. I shouldn't have that kind of power over another person. I'm not the one with the violence monopoly here. You are. I'm glad that key is out of my hands now.
Sure, man. Tell us what you want to know. Let's do it.
Exactly, all these people in the
Truth
church.
is, I don't really know. None of us do. I don't even know how many there are. All we've seen are glimpses.
You haven't even seen them, and you want the police involved.
Well, there's also the machinery.
This machinery is of the deeply mystical variety.
When I first scouted the place, back in February, it was abandoned, empty. Took some time getting the crew together. So about 2 weeks ago, we came here hoping to set the stuff up. Suddenly, there are all these strange machines lying around in there.
One of them has wires running into bowls of water. Wires into water. Never seen anything like it.
Andre, tell him about the feeling.
Oh, and it felt like there was something in there with us, watching us from the dark.
No, the other one.
Which other one? I'm not as in tune with my emotions as you are, Egg.
Felt like silence. Awful silence.
For this man, even regular silence is awful enough. But that was something greater.
But you haven't physically seen anyone.
Not exactly. We've just seen someone who we think is a woman go in and out of the church. A couple of times. And we felt someone or something eyeing us inside. But that's kinda it.
Where was machinery? So how can you be sure the burnout's drop out? He's
Like
watching
you
you.
aren't alone, you know?
It wasn't quite human, if you know what I mean.
Not human, as in a ghost. Do you know what he means?
It was this dark shape climbing upside down along the ceiling, like some kind of crab man.
A crab man?
You know, the way it was climbing up and around the ceiling, like a crab.
It was stalking a cell, exhibiting ambush behavior.
Odd. Crabs are usually marine creatures, and not known for climbing walls.
Are you sure there was a crab man?
Yeah, totally. I mean, I didn't personally see it. Estelle was alone that time, but I believe her. If she comes out running and says there's a crab in there, there's a crab in there.
You should ask her about it, but be nice. Don't tell her you don't believe in the crab.
There probably is no crab man. Don't let them draw you in with this nonsense.
Can you tell me more about the
You
machinery?
should talk to Noid about that. I just got a distinct burnout and dopehead sign from them. Probably jacked up to some snuff station too. Probably, very likely.
So how can you be sure they're burnouts and dopeheads if you haven't even seen them?
Well, honestly, I can't. But I am.
This is a below-feeble attempt at avoidance. Basically, he is attempting to weaponize idiocy.
Yeah, but you do. I should have weaponized idiocy to my own repertoire.
Hey now, I'm 70% sure they're substance abusers. Don't let all that technology fool you. Where do you think the drugs come from? Sure. What?
Some kind of... Sarksy owns the church for these...
Oh yeah, that's a meteor and name for the founding party. Thought it'd be cool to use it.
If you don't know what the founding party is, there might be a way to mask it with minor demagoguery.
Mask it. Thank you, Andrew. What is the founding
Come to
party?
think of it, I've never really looked them up, you know. I can't give you a precise definition, but they're a very powerful religious organisation. And
And
they have roots in ancient mass society. And they're the custodians of the Pericarnassian church. Plus, they anoint the innocents. They, like, made the innocentic system, no?
Now, Andre, in your opinion, but this ancient religious organization who anoints the innocents wants a club for Nordic music in one of their churches.
Totally.
Is there a trace of doubt in his voice?
Pericarnassian church is about love. And Nordic music is about love. I got love for my Pericarnassian posse. Love is the relay out of death. We dance.
He violently shakes the tape player as if
Love is hardcore.
as if to see if he can break it.
Unity.
Unity.
Make some noise for my Insulindian posse.
He turns the volume up, then looks at you with a knowing nod as if it's obvious you will now break into dance.
You feel it. The anodes and the cathodes coursing through you. Your big toe starts tapping along to the bass, as if testing the waters.
No words, enjoy the beat.
Feels good.
Oh, there I go. Oh, he's feeling it. About what's a posse? Can be pretty hardcore.
Oh yeah, it can.
He's coming around. You're getting it.
I now understand it was lame of me to suggest otherwise. Another music is about love, and so is the in church.
Yeah! Yakokata! The place to be!
He seems ecstatic that you share his vision of Pericarnassianism.
Do it for the masses. Do it for the crew.
I didn't want to say it, but it was pretty lame of you to imply otherwise. Anyway, you got more questions?
The one with the large head is still looking at you, nodding his head, waiting for your body to start moving. You feel like you could go for a little disco when, or if, they get this club going. You've got it in you.
I'd like to ask you about your temple of equipment.
What?
I see you brought your own water?
Yeah. Good to have, bitch to carry. When I first scouted the place, I did some reconnaissance. I'm not sure the church even has running water.
And it's distilled, too.
Oh,
He doesn't know what to say.
it's the one they sell at the fuel station.
He
Alright.
nods enthusiastically, no doubt a little relieved.
Convinced you're a smart cop. That is a plague. If he isn't quite as you've been told, take a moment to analyze. Oh, there's no way I'm gonna get this unless I roll high, but fuck it, it'd be fun.
Well, first of all, you're a smart cop, and a smart cop like you would understand if something wasn't quite right. So this should be easy.
And there's a comedian.
Indeed. So one of them came upon the abandoned church. They want to turn it into a club for dance music, but agents of narcomania have overrun it. You shudder to think of all the narco they must have already consumed in there. Narco is bad. Plus, and it has to be considered, you can't invent the future of dance music in this smelly old tent. Imagine if you had the church. That settles it. Analysis complete. Their story checks out.
As always,
Obviously.
we'll be right here, waiting patiently for the news. Yeah!
So you had a talk with Andre, and now you want to discuss things with Noid. Good.
Skin shows through the holes in the speed freak's too large sweater in front of an open toolbox full of
It's
tools
good
and
you
parts.
talked to Andre first. Gave me time to get a reading on your sign. Can't really talk to people before you get a reading.
Ran through his hair, which has come back into mock seriousness and continues to fiddle with some grease. Or some gears. Sign?
Yeah, gotta compare. See if we can align.
Interesting.
I suck at socialising, man. Even now, our sign synchronisation is way off. But I'll see what I can do.
Tell me about the machinery you saw in the church.
Weird stuff. Specialised. There was a data processor and some sort of long-wave machinery. Wires going into water. Gives off a spy sign. Or some fucked-up Samaran science sign. You know, the kind that goes head first into the supernatural.
The People's Republic of Samara is a product of Revachol's sister revolution on the Grand Isola. It's known as a severely degenerated rogue state.
What's wrong with the supernatural?
Nothing's wrong with it. you should definitely be researched. You can still do sick shit with it, though.
The sickest. That's perhaps why it should be researched.
Supernatural, so you think it's real? Actually
Most
exists?
of it doesn't exist. But there's also stuff that isn't allowed to exist. Because the moralists think it's too dangerous for the plebs. Psionic powers, pale-related diseases, pretenders pretending to be human, folk rights, that kind of stuff.
Why are you called Noid?
The hardcore aesthetic is esoteric. It's not meant to be discussed with the law at this moment.
You picks up some sort of
It's
widget.
not easy to reach a harmonic resonance of science without some adjustment.
Does this mean we need sign matching?
Yes, further sign matching would do good for us. One way to achieve this would be by getting us into the church.
Okay, later.
A young man with peroxide blonde hair holds up a Harman Welshi tape player, nodding along to the music. He looks at you with a knowing smile and says, as though you're supposed to be sharing some tremendous evangelical secret,
Hardcore!
Is it?
Hardcore!
You're just gonna keep saying it's hardcore, aren't you?
Skibbity, skibberdanger. I am the rearranger.
your cop training did not prepare you for this. What to do? Could there have been a right way out of this garden of forking paths, you think? The young man with
This is hardcore. Hardcore! Hardcore to the mega. Here comes the night. Back to the heavyweight. Hardcore! Hardcore! Yeah!
Like it's hard to me.
Spinning out lyrics since the day I was born. And the amount of lyrics I got is against the law. Revachol, true, hard, full, car, hardcore. Yeah! Lucky Ersky, Materialski.
I have no idea what the fuck this is.
Hardcore! Hardcore to the mega. Internally coherent.
I was wondering if you knew who killed the mercenary hanging behind the whirling rags
Good
hostel.
morning, yeah. 1, 2, 3. Yakokata, the place to be.
You said before, why is the Yaka the place to be? What does it mean?
Yakokata is a hardcore place.
an intricate system of irrigation networks pockmarking the earth, intermittent seas of phosphorus mud, ripped tarpaulin fluttering in the wind. A pair of molten rubber boots also comes to mind. All in all, a truly hardcore place.
Revachol, true, hard, full, hardcore, hardcore to the mega, internally coherent. All core, all right, yeah.
Please tell me what exactly you're
Gotta
doing.
get the people going.
I see.
Yeah, request. I want everybody as close to the stage as possible. Revachol, true, hardcore, hardcore to the mega, internally coherent. Good morning, yeah.
I'm
1,
beginning
2,
to think
3.
this really doesn't have anything to do with the case.
It's the message, so listen and you will see. No illusion, the spirit is what you feel. Revachol, true, hardcore, hardcore to the internally coherent. All core, all right, yeah. Gotta get the people going.
Why?
I'm the party boy. It's my job.
What is a party boy?
Hardcore party 25/7 beyond the winter's orbit style.
There is a place far away in Cutler, beyond a certain latitude, known as Winter's Orbit, where there are 25 hours in a day. It is a tremendously cold place, abandoned to drunks and failed rock stars, full of eternite, depression, and half-finished ski-flying hills. The Suru live there.
Revachol, true, hard, yeah. Lucky Earth. Revachol, true.
Say nothing.
Hardcore,
Still say
hardcore
nothing.
to the
Still say
internally
nothing.
Coherent.
Still say
Hardcore,
nothing.
All right, yeah.
Please tell me
Gotta
exactly
get
what
the
you're
people going. Yeah.
I see. Okay.
Revachol, true, hardcore to the internally coherent. Good morning, yeah. 1, 2, 3. It's the message. So Revachol, true, hardcore, internally coherent. All core, all right, yeah. Gotta get the people going.
I'm
Why?
the party boy. It's my job.
I think I'm also a party
Two
boy.
on the track. Watch your back. Watch out for the heart attack. We're close. True.
I'm just interested to see with a.
Encore! All right!
He furrows his brow as his very large head traces the sublime invisible movement of the music in the very real air of the stuffy tent.
Hardcore! Ah!
Yeah, it's an agonized roar over the feeblish, obviously too hardcore beat below. So hardcore. He stops dead in his tracks, tilting his head to the side. I was just thinking that a
One
moment ago.
mind, one spirit. There's no other world. There's no other life. We're close. True. Hardcore. Hardcore. Internally Encore.
He furrows.
Hardcore.
Is it though?
It is!
What is it? I mean, really?
That said the other side like an
Feels
owl.
like you should reply with the very pinnacle of idiocy here, so that things get totally transcendent. But you haven't gotten there yet, so you don't know what to say.
Don't know
Under
exactly.
the radar. Over the top. We're close. True. Hardcore. Hardcore. Internally Encore.
He furrows.
Hardcore.
Is it though? What is it?
Feels like you should reply with a very.
I was thinking that too.
I am the mic enforcer. I am the chick's checker. Yeah. We're close.
Okay.
True. Hot. Yeah.
Damn it.
Spinning and the modular. We're close. True. Hot.
Say nothing, say nothing, say nothing again. Keep saying nothing,
He
say
follows
nothing.
Hardcore.
No, but seriously, I'm a little worried it
The
isn't.
question is, what is the question?
And if I asked you a question but I didn't know, it's just idiotic. Just answer the question.
But there was no question.
We're close. True. Hardcore. Hardcore. Internally Encore.
He furrows his.
The question is, what is the question?
That would have been good if I had asked you a question, but I didn't. No, it's just idiotic.
But there was a question?
Hey, Kim.
The shaggy-haired girl.
So you talked to my associates, right? Are you going to help us? With the church, I mean.
I'll help
Great.
you, alright.
Let
Billis
us know
told
if
me
there's
you
any
went
progress, will ya?
inside the church. What did you see?
We've been waiting for weeks. Oh, that. You're not going to believe me. There's no point in me telling you.
She's less prone to blurt it out, crab man, than the others.
We'll see. Go ahead and tell me.
Okay. I went in and I saw a woman next to one of those machines there. Noid calls it a mainframe. She was dressed like someone who's been raised by their grandmother. You know, strange old clothes. Had this absent expression, didn't say anything, just stood still.
Go on.
And then, you know, right behind her, a man crawled down the wall. Upside down like a crab. Down the church wall. I think the woman didn't even know he was there. He was completely silent. He stopped right before he got to the floor. Then just hung there like that, looking at me. Right at me. I fucking turned around and walked out. End of story.
Like a crab, you say?
His face like stone. What did the crabman look
It
like?
was too dark. I couldn't tell exactly.
Come on. She obviously could. She already went into detail.
You're right. I don't believe you.
Why?
What would you stand to gain?
Nothing. Anyway, what else? Oh, that...
She's less prone.
Okay. She was dressed like... And then, he stopped.
Like a crab?
It was too...
Come on. She obviously could.
All
She
on me.
already went into detail.
What do you look
He
like?
looked like a banger, okay? He was all muscular and stuff. Had a mesh tank top. I know it sounds ridiculous, but that only made it scarier in a way.
A crab? And a banger?
Then it raises
Yes,
an eyebrow.
a banger. As in a mess gang member. I know what it sounds like, but that's what I saw.
A gangster crabman.
I don't blame you. I mean, I wouldn't believe me either. I'm surprised Noid did. Andre I expected, but Noid...
I'd like to know more about your
My
associates.
associates? I haven't got much to say about them.
You must know something about them.
Of course I do. I just don't tell people about my friends and who they are and so on. I don't provide information on them.
To the cops.
About you. Tell me something about yourself.
Me? I'm a silver bird.
Ah, okay. Maybe I'll ask you later about all this.
Don't know what makes you think it'll be any different later, but...
Bring cheer into the world. It's home away from home, just like yours.
A pane of Eternite has been planted into the snow. 2 poles are holding it up. Barely holding it up. It could fall over any minute.
Where is this?
It looks like a makeshift bridge. Could be convenient.
Push.
The pane falls into the icy snow with a soft thunk.
Ooh.
There's a trap behind you. The ruins of a residential building rise over the reeds, shielding them from the wind. The reeds rustle confidently. Locusts are crawling around in the trap, confused but uneaten. You see no carnivorous reed phasmid gorging on them.
Big surprise. Anyway, 1 down. 3 to go.
That'll be in the next one, surely.
Anyway, the air is nice and fresh here.
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other.
Well, someone's definitely gone down here.
Correct.
Seems all
Density
close.
of the bullet holes is unusual. Even in a general average bullet hole frequency in Martinez sense. Meaning, this is a lot of bullet holes. Looks like fully automatic rifle fire. Something you don't see these days.
Why not?
The manufacturing and sale of automatic rifles was curtailed after the revolution. The destructive power of such tools proved to be too much.
What do I got to help with visual? Do I have anything that's giving me minuses? No, I already have stuff that's giving me bonuses. Okay, fuck it.
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across. A row of ghostly shades stand facing the wall.
Nice.
There are many of them. 12 at least. The heads lowered and eyes blindfolded. It's quiet. No sound. No movement.
Right. Right, that's exactly what happened. Coco walked into my room and danced.
10 meters away,
Less.
other
She
shades
did.
are lined up in an orderly manner.
Did she? Did you?
Automatic rifles prime. A gust of wind blows by. The coats of the firing squad flap slowly in the breeze. A single person stands on the side. Snowflakes fall on the wooden planks and the surrounding sand dunes, covering the land with the white of innocence. A long time has passed since the moment of this fusillade. Rain and brine have since washed all the blood away. Not a trace remains.
What is
The
this?
abundance of bullet holes leads to two options. Either an inordinate amount of executions were performed here, or they did not use a conscience round, where only one soldier has the loaded rifle. Looks like this was a mass execution with everyone fully armed.
Look at the people against
A
the
host of men, probably in everyday clothes, ragged from the conflict and covered in dust. They were not sitting, a common practice for executions in some nations, as demonstrated by the height level of the bullet holes. They stand, facing the wall. It's impossible to discern any details about their personality or background. Ordinary people, familiar, each and every one of them.
Who were they?
Collateral damage on the path toward normalcy and progress. Such is your belief, officer. Maybe you should change it. They were praying, screaming.
Look at the line of soldiers.
7 men in combat uniforms and dark coats, holding automatic rifles aimed at the people. Soldiers from some side, but from which one? Men of duty, dark duty.
Who were they?
In all truth, violence offers no answer. It's only the last available resort when all mediation fails. And here, all did fail.
Look at the person standing
The
at the side.
commandant, the one who gives the order. Machine gun fire crackling through the air. The lights of the muzzle flashes dancing on his face.
Kim, who was who in this execution?
I don't know who died here, lined up beside that horrible wall. It could have been any of the parties involved in the revolution. Perhaps the ones executed here were the loyalist conservatives, killed by the communists at the start of the Civil War. Or it could have been the communists, put to death during the last stretch of the conflict by the coalition forces. It could even have been the employees of the failed R&D center down the coast, as their building was taken over by the revolutionaries.
Or maybe...
Mission Coalition Forces, could it have been them against the wall?
Yeah. It's very unlikely the coalition forces were the ones who died here. They were always the last ones against the wall. To be honest, if a coalition member was anyone in this situation, it was the commandant, the superior giving the orders.
A cold sea wind blows away the figures.
Damn, 2 sneezes. Back to back. Ooh, +2 logic, -1 perception. The sign says chain Titan. Ticket booth no longer in operation. People pay money to park here. No one can pay now. Ancient pages pilled off the roof of this bench covered in rust. Okay, so I check the trap near the boathouses, check the trap where I'll just set up in the cryptozoologist camp, check the trap near the canal you crossed, check the one in Land's End. Where's the cryptozoologist camp? Because it says check the trap he just set up, but he's still there. Wait, there's like a thought I had right here. I'm sure the coast hasn't been used in decades. Ah, it's right here now that he walked away from it.
This is the trap Morel just set. Checking it over, he said, is just a technicality. But the reeds by the abandoned campsite sway and tremble, while the snow falls all around. The later it gets, the colder. Remnants of the camp can still be seen in the sand. The fire that's gone out. You feel strange, somehow. This trap is also full of panicked locusts. No sign of any cryptozoological beast inside.
Another empty trap.
Let's keep going. The next one is the lucky one.
Yep. The next one has a crab trapped in it. These are just crab traps, you do realize.
Luckily, I know where this one is, and they said the last one was back by the exit, so.
This trap's not too hard to spot, once you know what to look for. Keeping it hidden has not been a priority for the cryptozoologist. The
Okay.
reeds shake sadly in the coastal breeze. Snow specks the stalks. Most of it melts quickly, relinquishing form to darkness. The wind picks up here, near the Cape's end, surrounding the narrow strip of land from 3 cardinal directions. It's cold for this time of year. Nothing
Reach for the
but
trap.
locusts in this trap as well. Definitely no cryptozoological monstrosity.
Empty as all of them. One more of these and we are done.
Just slip in the cold sea area. Crouches to catch his breath. You getting tired?
No, I'm fine. I didn't mean to complain, it's just...
Sentence ends there. Door's closed for the day. Time to put the kids to sleep. Who are you? What are these fish doing here? Ooh, +1 perception.
Hi, officer.
Said the net picker. A woman in a raincoat stands at the quay considering the overturned boat. A sword in the scabbard hangs from her head.
Anything I can help you with?
Depends. Questions. The first is, what's your name? As always, I am the lawbringer.
A fishing village on the seashore. This place doesn't really have a name. It's sometimes called Elysium.
Why?
The sign on the street leading here is illegible. Has been since they built this place.
Always, I am the lawbringer.
You've graduated to Lawbringer now?
Men with authority have their quirks. Comes with never being second-guessed about anything. So what brings you here, Lawbringer?
Bringer of the law. Lawjaw. Questions. First is, what's your name?
The name is Lillian. People call me Netpicker. I think I have time for questions. And that was actually the second one.
Indeed, you're always confused as to your whereabouts. Ask her about the cool sword. Helps to break the ice.
Nice sword. Does it come with a story?
Unfortunately, the factory sold this one with a 3-year warranty instead of a story. It's to intimidate folks, mostly.
I mean, it is imposing.
It's a regular mass-produced sword, like a shovel or an axe. Nothing fancy, just for intimidation.
Why do you need intimidation tactics?
From time to time, people need a lesson in respect. That's just the way it is. Back in the day, I caught the eyes of many men. And believe me, men need a lesson in manners from time to time.
So if it's so effective, can I borrow the sword?
No, I'm afraid not. Tempting to confiscate the blade I use to keep these animals in check. You would put me in an early grave.
She refuses, but your word is the law. You are law.
Okay, authority. Why not? I mean, arm themselves if it's so effective.
What makes you think we haven't? The truth is that almost everyone in this life is scared and tired and stupid and too dull for that. That goes for men too. But they put on an act for us. Pretend like everything's good and living in shit doesn't bother them. Like anyone falls for that.
Behold! Pointed the expression on your face. You said she starts laughing. Towards as she hadn't laughed in a while.
Not bad.
Do you like it?
Sure. It looks as if you could face down any horror in the world with that same unchanging grin. It's like a shield.
Throw them in now.
Some went to patch their wounds, their lesson learned. Others were more thick-headed. And one of them, I ended up marrying.
Wait, why? They're thick-headed.
Guess I enjoyed the way he bled.
Her expression doesn't change. It's hard to say if it's a joke.
If it is, then why the melancholy?
Who's your husband now?
Gone.
Coward, I never would have. He disappeared? Sounds like a missing persons case.
It absolutely does not. We are not going to look for him.
No. There's nothing to find. He's dead. Lost to the waves.
Oh, say no more. Wait for her to continue.
He didn't respect the sea. Went out there, drunk like a skunk, and sure enough, one day the boat was found floating empty. The bloated corpse turned up 2 weeks later. Now, before you tell me how sorry you are for my loss, know that it was 4 years ago, and I've moved on. There's only so much mourning you can do for a drunk with sinewy muscles.
Time is the best cure for sorrows, isn't it?
Us working folk don't have the luxury to be bedsick with melancholy. I buried him, mourned for an appropriate amount of time, and went on. Life didn't really change that much for me and the kids.
She glanced at the village where 2 little kids are playing with what looks like
This is neither a touchy nor a very interesting topic for her. She looks like she's ready to go on a date with another, better, drunk. Ask her. Both of you could need some action.
Kim's presence makes it awkward suggestion for... Looking for... So maybe you can help?
Let's see. Who are you looking for?
I like to ask something
Well,
else.
how can I assist you then, officer?
What are you doing
Like I
here?
said, fish mostly. Sail the waves, take care of the kids, pick nets. Right now I'm tarring a little skiff.
Did enough to make a living?
Sometimes I also walk to the beach to see what the sea has given up. The sea is full of surprises.
Keep it professional, man. Don't make it sound like you're hitting on her. This is what is called a conversation. You don't have to be guarded right now.
Never thought you find anything particularly interesting.
Wood, pieces of glass. Every once in a while we see dead bodies. Human, animal, fish, other odd sea creatures. A mine washed ashore once. Bottles, drugs also. Lost cargo in general. Most of the time it's just wood and glass.
All right. Major choice moment. You only get to ask one thing. It would be weird to say them all. Choose wisely.
Why don't you leave?
And go where? The fish are plentiful here and we get enough orders to get by. It's not great, but it's something.
Just somewhere away from all this sadness.
People imagine picking up and finding something better is an easy solution. But how is that supposed to work when all your time and energy goes to staying alive? You have almost nothing to set aside to actually fight your way out.
Hordes of wild, homeless people roaming the lands. Nomads scattered across an endless plain. In a dystopian world where tear is the only valid currency and people eat each other to stay alive.
I don't mean to complain about my pauper life. We are warm and fed here and... I don't know. There's just something about this shithole.
So I take it that's your skiff?
Sure is. The sun, I call her. Coated with a fresh layer of tar just yesterday. It'll take some time for it to dry, assuming the sunny days continue.
Sunny days catches a snowflake in your palm.
Aye. Sunny days. You got a problem with that?
No, ma'am. We have no quarrel with sunny days.
Good. It would have been bad news had it turned out it wasn't a sunny day. Bad news for the skiff, bad news for the nets, bad news for the kids.
There's a moment's silence. She looks at the slushy snow melt on the yellow belly of the boat.
When do you think the boat will be ready?
In time, when the sea turns and the winds settle, she will be ready.
My prediction, it will be at least 2 days.
This would be funny.
You think she really...
Oh my god! I clicked on it from the meme! And it fucking... I was hoping we would... You know... but what do I do then?
What if I told you it is actually possible to go on a date sober?
I'm listening.
Before recorded history, men and women were able to do simple, very primitive things together sober. Acknowledge the situation and keep it basic.
She asked people to drink with me.
I have, and I don't really.
You just want to go for a walk. What kind of a monster doesn't want to go for a walk? Walks are innocent.
No, Jumbo. I thought I'd ask you for a walk.
Just a walk? I don't know, officer. I would not have taken you for an innocent perambulator.
Please come with me on a silver walk. I am, and that's why you should definitely agree. Yes, ma'am. Is the walk happening?
Where would this walk take us, officer?
Nothing creepy, strange, or out there. Keep it eerie and simple.
There's a nice view on the beach I found. Point northwest, Land's End.
Officer, I thought we had a walk of our own in mind. One that results in a solved murder investigation.
Oh no. You, come with us. Seriously, I insist. You need to understand that nothing is going to happen. We're just walking. That's it. Understood?
Having the lieutenant along is a fail-safe measure against any possible funny business.
Alright, it's a date. Sort of.
Let's call it a walk. I'll join you if the man insists.
All three of us go for
We
a walk
do,
on the beach.
Yes. Stroll on the beach sounds nice, doesn't it? All right, I'll see the kids haven't killed each other and we'll meet at Land's End in 15 minutes?
She doesn't wait for an answer. you better get ready.
Quickly, she's not gonna wait forever. I'm guessing it's her place? I think Land's End is up here. Never eat, so yeah. It might be that little spot that I kept trying to look at that one thing at. I didn't expect to go on this pleasant evening with friends. Like this, but hey. Oh, there she is.
The woman gazes steadily at the waves. A sudden gust picks up her dark hair and lets it fall again, tousled, wild. She brushes a few stray locks from her eyes, and only then spots you approaching.
Aye, so here you are. It's late and it's snowing. The snow is... well, it's not really snow, it's slush. Know that you're not the first guy to bring a girl to Land's End. This is what the locals call a make-out spot. That is not going to happen here today. I just want to make that clear, Dimples.
Turns his face to see once.
The thoughts are still elsewhere, with distances across the water, and with the water itself. Across the rusty water, that's La Delta, the financial district. In the mist-covered distance, towers rise as a rebuke to the poverty of this coast.
Seems surprised that I made it.
Drinking men aren't known for keeping their appointments.
Wouldn't miss it for the world. Just trying to be a responsible grown-up. Quite good at scheduling.
Aye, so an officer should be. All that running around must need a lot of structuring.
Just a little laugh as she turns her face, setting sun reflected in
Here
the
it
waves.
comes.
Like to see the weather begins to clear under his
So
fingers.
fast as to make it seem like the weather turns at her command.
Wait, did you just do that?
Me? No, no, no. Just grew up on the sea. Know which way the wind's blowing and all. Knew the weather'd clear up once we got here. Otherwise, it would have been a less pleasant stroll, eh?
You should say something. Anything. Maybe the tequila sunset thing.
No, past incarnation of myself called themselves Tequila Sunset. Wonder why that is.
It's a common Revacholian expression. Means drinking yourself to death.
Oh.
Oh, indeed.
Uncomfortable shuffle of nylon.
I can't get ideas. It's that moment.
And what about you? Keeping the name?
I think I'm good with Harry Dubois these days.
Well then, Officer Dubois.
As she turns towards the sun.
The remains of the dying sun are reflected in the waves, and the skyscrapers
Just
rising
going on a date
across
with me
the
and
bay.
Kim.
Your mind clears for a moment as your senses take it all in. Not just the glass skyscrapers, fragile looking in the shimmering air. River Esperance flowing into the bay.
Isn't it strange for this all-powerful thing, the sun, to be so generous towards us? You know, the best time to go out fishing is usually towards sunset, when the water is warmer.
The sun also falls on the Capeside tenements and war-torn ruins. An old sea fortress juts out, seemingly impervious to the sheen cast over everything else, shaking you out of your reverie. The sun does little for the dead, and those hopelessly lost in their own minds, or people living in desert climates with sparse vegetation and little drinking water.
Is that why you named your boat the Sun?
Oh, that was a bit of pride and a bit of superstition.
And a bit of conceptual unity too, it being yellow and all.
It's just people happy with too much sunlight.
Now you're just nitpicking. But I concede. Maybe desert people sometimes disagree.
Just enjoy the view.
The salt in the air, and the cries of the gulls and the skuas. Grit of the sand and the green glint of broken bottles. But still your gaze always returns to the dazzling streaks of light, wherever they may be reflected, their fading opulence.
It's bringing us spring, summer. It's entirely on our side, no matter what we do or who we are, for absolutely no reason. It's unlike no other powerful being, certainly no powerful organization or government. How can that be?
There's an explanation to this, and it's political. You see, begin a long, impassioned political tirade. Well, it's gotta be on our side.
I guess we wouldn't really be here if that thing wasn't on our team.
Your fish hooks.
These aren't real fish hooks, silly. They're earrings shaped to look like fish hooks. A drunk called Rosemary brought them to me. I kept them.
The wind ruffles her hair as she looks at the setting sun.
Interesting light in your voice.
Thank you. I'm half Ubi. My mother was from Ubi Sunt. Not a lot of sun there, I hear, though I've never been.
The wind ruffles her hair as she looks at the setting sun.
Did you want to go visit?
It's enough that my fish goes there. 50 real a piece they ask for spring cod.
Time to think.
Say
Failed.
what? Something interesting? Impossible.
Something was very pretty. I'm sorry I don't have anything to add.
Thank you. Out there on the other planet, the sea, you start seeing things in a strange light. I'm glad I got to share it. You know, the wind's gonna pick up soon, and I have to go, but...
She takes her sword out of the scarab. The blade shines in the glittering dark.
Have this. The sun's good, but it doesn't stick things. I've no use for it anymore.
Or you don't need the sword?
No. Men around here are too drunk to pose a threat to me.
The lieutenant looks at the sword with distrust in his eyes. Do not bring it into a gunfight, he thinks. Please understand, it's merely ceremonial.
Think we could do this again sometime?
Doubt it. But thank you for the company.
This is as far as it goes with her. You'd need to put a year between you and your last drink for anything more.
Thank you for coming on this walk with me.
Farewell.
I got a sword.
Wow. So someone's been a little boring.
What?
Yes, my standard liege. Someone's seen all sorts of wild ideas pop off and thought, I'll take the boring one. The regular, please. The brown.
I'm just picking on me for not being crazy enough. That's the least of my concerns.
No need to be defensive. The regularity, the brownness, the cut and dry have their appeal. A very standard appeal.
Give me my
You?
point.
I wouldn't worry about that.
See? You're so regular and vinyl brown, he doesn't even want to talk to you about it.
Look, I'm just trying to do my job. No need for extravagance.
Of course you do. Let's get right to it. My lord's coppo type is regular cop. I'll let everyone know. I'll send out a telefax.
Wait. This will be my karyotype now?
Yes, the type of cop you are, sire. Think of it as a caste, a class even, a nation of regular law officials that you belong to. It comes, of course, with the usual benefits.
Why not? Send out the telefax and I'm not ashamed.
Done and done. No actual communiques will be sent, of course. That would be too dramatic.
I can equip a sword! I have a sword now. Yeah! I have too much power. I have a sword now.
An old door, worn by elements, guards the...
Yeah, there's no way I'm cracking that open anytime soon. Okay, it's late. Kim probably wants to go to sleep. I got one more trap I need to check. This is a very eventful day. Or is he either very confused or drunk out of his mind?
It takes you a moment, but finally you spot the last of Morel's traps. This one's partially obscured by the reeds. The reeds bend forlornly toward the water. Some tufts have been crushed. The broken stalks sickly pale against the darkness. In the east, the city center hums to you. The constant, distant song, louder on this part of the coast, nearer somehow. And there's that cold again. Always the cold.
The
trap feels light and silent as you pick it up. Something is different here. No locust. No phasmid either. But still.
Yeah, immediately. Yeah. No. Look closer still.
Well, debate worked on something. This doesn't mean it was a reed monster, though. Unless you see one in there. I just see an empty trap.
But what if it was the phasmid? What if it ate them and got out?
Right. Anyway, that's for the cryptozoologists to figure out now. We're not cryptozoologists. We're cops.
Had decades-old concrete defenses. Children's play on them now.
Can I help you?
I found a new bird for the whirling.
What is this thing?
This is a ruffled goose. It symbolizes the might of the male courtship patrols. May it serve as a reminder to keep an eye on the cock carousel. He got decided to look nice on the wall.
Cool. Okay. I was really hoping not to think about the cock carousel any longer because it made me feel like shit. But this is a competent piece of taxidermy. I can fix it to the plaque and have a new bird in the establishment, I guess. So, I don't know. Thank you. I'm gonna go with thank you.
People just don't know how to accept gifts, especially taxidermy. He likes it. He likes the bird. It solves his broken bird problem.
I need to upgrade conceptualization. I'm getting a lot of things that need this to be higher.
I feel good about our work here today. It's all about the little things, like bringing people random stuffed animals.
It's not actually about that, but he likes it.
No, you don't. It's not happening.
He tries not to look at you. It's dangerous to acknowledge the karaoke man. You need to approach this situation logically. Ask him why he has the PA system installed if you can't use it.
Why do you even have the PA system if no one's going to use it?
It's for no one. It's a prop. I'm not letting anyone use it after the great karaoke catastrophe of 44.
What happened in 44?
A lot of people got killed because some arsehole wanted to sing karaoke.
When was the last time you had a... It's not a pop, it's for your client. I know it's
okay,
used.
yes, it's for some clients.
I'm a real client. I pay my bills and I have the right to use a karaoke machine.
Well, we don't have any tapes. They all got stolen.
It's alright, I have my own song.
The man in the vest and the violet shirt stares at the tape you've just given him. He begins to frown. Hard. This is the look of a man who's defeated. He knows he's out of excuses.
Fine, fine. Climb on that stage and do your thing. Just get out of my hair. I'll plug it in for you. Damn this karaoke machine.
Oh yeah. Time to do the damage.
Got the 20 real? Then why are you wasting...
The stage is all set up for your performance. Feels silent. You can hear the pellets creak under your feet. You feel a little dizzy, a little unsteady suddenly.
So, are you ready for your thing now? Let me know when I should turn on the karaoke carousel.
But your lipstick is much fun. Test it.
A loud feedback noise startles the room. You feel like an amateur. How are you supposed to hold the mic? Should you just sing into it? Hands. Where do you put your hands?
Okay, I min-maxed this.
The stage is... You feel...
So, are you ready for your thing now?
Look, I'm
can see that.
Look on them
The
first.
dining hall has cleared up of customers for tonight. Even the kitchen is closed, and someone has turned down the lights. Maybe it's a good idea to do it in the dark like this, almost after closing hours. The air is thick with anticipation. The tape clicks into the carousel, and then the music starts.
I had a -1 modifier on that. Is he actually gonna sing?
I would often go there, to the tiny church there, the smallest church in Saint-Saëns, though it once was larger. How the realm may rest there.
Oh.
Down through the mist there. Toward the Seven Sisters. Toward those pale cliffs there. I would often stay there. In that tiny yard there. I have been so glad here. Looking forward to the past here. But now, you are all alone. None of this matters. No, none of this matters.
Seen it, Harry.
Not bad.
Here. Because of the proving now.
Yes, not bad at all.
Thank you, ancient reptilian brain. Thank you. I don't need big crowds. I just need my friends.
Okay, yes. I'm going to unplug the microphone, so you can get off the stage now.
Yes?
I see you found yourself a little something from my wardrobe. Not bad. Not bad at all.
That's
Well, you can keep it. I don't mind. I can appreciate beauty when I see it.
Thanks. It's like carrying a piece of you with me all the time.
Is it now? Well, enjoy it. Bye-bye, gendarme.
You see a heavy... It could be connected. The key fits the dimple lock.
Nuts.
It takes a bit of effort to turn it after all these years. But then, the lock clicks. Master Investigator, you just can't keep yourself away from locked and hidden places, can you?
It's my duty as a cop to investigate every square inch of the world.
Attaboy, the world's secrets were made for you. They wait patiently for you to uncover them.
Pinball. And the theme swords. His background. Warning, a book, and a with a spare key to window.
Over there, in the corner.
The pinball machine?
Not just any pinball machine. This is the pinnacle of pinball. Cornelius Gordy and the Mountain Goats. It's lit. You can't wait to get your hands on it. Lit. A phrase almost synonymous with the Insulindian pinball scene. Any pinball scene,
Do you know
really.
you seeing what I'm seeing?
The pinball machine. Gordy's Goats. A classic.
Wait, you played it?
A little.
Feels like a lot. Too much to play it again.
Let's take a closer look.
Ah, great.
Cornelius Gordy and the Mountain Goats reads the golden lettering on top of the back box. There's a small column of text underneath. The machine is coin operated. Get the game on, Fingerboy. Those flippers are ready.
Inspect the playing field.
The theme of the game is to explore Gordy's climb through the perspective of goats and to ascend to the top of the mountain in a time of trouble.
Gotcha.
The peak of the mountain is at the top of the playfield. All the balls have small goat icons on them and represent the goats as they race up and down the mountain. Areas around the playfield represent Gordy's climb, places he was said to have camped, which the goats can discover. Get them to the summit.
Link closer to
Above
the
the
text.
painting of a mustached man climbing a hill, a column reads, inspired by the legend of Cornelius Gordy, taken on the world's tallest peak, Corpus Mundi. The Mesk legend holds that when the nation is in danger, heroic Gordy shall return and save his people.
What to follow the goats?
Indeed. Think of them as balls.
Insert the coin.
It takes a while to get into a rhythm, but
Gritty
pretty
ball
soon
is lit.
you're able to keep 3 goat-faced balls in play with relative ease. Go, go, Fingerboy.
I feel sorry for the gods. If they only knew the kind of guy old Cornelius really was.
Pretty good this. Wait, what kind of guy was he?
The kind of a guy who uses the word savages a lot when recounting his travels. A masked nationalist.
A racist mountaineer?
An avid huntsman too. He was often photographed in his dining hall, surrounded by wall-mounted hunting trophies from every continent.
Human beings are the top of the food chain, so that is not cool.
He also hit his wife and kids, other people's kids too, sometimes pets. Hateful little man. But you seem to be having fun.
Pretty good this.
Your game is definitely improving. The jolly goats are flying all over the board, and although a few plummet to their deaths, you're never left with less than 3. Suddenly, a special passage leading to the summit slides open at the top of the board. This is where the balls need to go.
Concentrate and aim for the narrow passage.
Maneuvering a goat ball into a position for a perfect hit isn't easy. More fall to their deaths. But finally, the opportunity presents itself. One of them gets through. The words "Pale Rupture" light up on the speaker panel, and the machine starts filling with a thick, milky fog. Something's happening.
Congratulations. This is where the game ends. It's a cheap way of getting more money out of the players. A stupid, nihilistic finale.
There's so much fog, you can barely see anything. Some is actually leaking out of the machine, and one by one, your goats start slipping, disappearing into the milky nothingness. This can be navigated. The balls leave almost imperceptible disruptions in the fog. Use them to calculate where they hit next. You're down to your last goat, going mostly by sound. Eyes are useless at this point, but that goat is something special. 5 times you snatch him back from the jaws of death. You're in a perfectly balanced system where neither you nor the pal is able to get the upper hand. This could go on forever.
Bad at ball games. Can be done. Just watch.
I am. I've seen it before. Played it too. You will eventually make a mistake and then it's all over.
Go for broke.
How, if you can't even see it? The last goat plummets into the fog with almost suicidal glee. There goes nothing, Fingerboy. All these mesmerizing machines, just waiting to be plugged back in and played.
Just a white door machine.
Feels like it might jump back to life any moment. The lights illuminating the white-robed woman.
How do we fire one of these bad boys up and play some ball?
You can't fire them up. They are broken. Only that one machine in the main hall works. The Royalist Pinball.
What a dumb name. Royalist Pinball. If they weren't broken, he would kick one of these machines about now.
Sounds like... Think Kim Sagi. Sagi.
It's strange that he doesn't like pinball. Kim here is a Zeolite. His people are incredibly dexterous, and they all love pinball. Matter of fact.
I rolled like fucking dog shit on that one. Okay. Hey, didn't you guys like invent pinball?
Us? Guys?
You know, so guys, massive pinball.
Seoul is an extremely protectionist isola, inaccessible to the rest of mankind, as it has been for over 1,000 years. I have no special knowledge of them, despite my heritage. But even I know that they don't play pinball. They have a rigid class society and a punitive justice system. We should continue with our exploration of this place. It doesn't matter.
So you're not all like pinball aces? Because I could swear I knew you were.
No, they are not. Let's move on. There's more to this place than pinball machines.
It's like you don't enjoy
No,
pinball, Kim.
I love it. I love pinball. Who doesn't love pinball? Let's move on.
He doesn't.
The other one, ball, want to play
No.
that?
Some kind of inane pinball theme, probably related to Messina during the DeLorean age. The history themes are the worst.
Diora was one of the 3 crown cities of the DeLorean era.
Now you want to now you want to succeed, don't you, Encyclopedia?
Ria Silvia and at Vesperasket. This theme is all about early airships and beautiful, sad, pearl-laden women. It's quite nice, actually. The lieutenant grimaces looking at the machines. This small elevator is dimly lit by a bulb that's been glowing for ages. The latticed cage is open, inviting you to step inside. Smells of nougat and sweat. Your head brushes up against the ceiling. There is a control panel to your right, and just enough room for 2 people to fit in.
I wonder what this other is used
Seems
for.
like a small freight elevator for transporting machinery. For that, it's pretty quaint.
Have some bulbs going in the dark.
There are large rectangular buttons, monter, descente, and an international call for emergency assistance. That third one appears to be broken. A small steel plaque reads Halter 800. Halter is a Koningsteiner lift company who went out of business a long, long time ago.
Close the doors and go up. The tape shut with black plastic, can't see outside. Tools and replacements line the shelves. Schematics of pinball machines. Ooh, +1 empathy, +1 hand-eye coordination. Pinball Maker's Co. Take apart and
So
gut it.
this is where they brought 40 pinball machines to fix them up. A long time ago. Everything is covered with dust now. The lieutenant looks around the dusty, crowded room, inspecting the tools on the shelf.
Looks like they gave up on fixing the pinball machines at some point.
At some point, 20 years ago, 15 maybe, before pinball went out of vogue.
This used to be a pinball workshop.
Looks like it. I'm guessing Martinez North 22 used to be a pinball arcade before it became a hostel. There are machines left over. Downstairs in the hall, next to the main door. One of them even works. I've seen one of the Harleys bang away at it.
You clearly see footprints in the downy carpet of dust covering the workshop floor.
Jackpot. These, unlike everything else here, are new.
It's been here within the last
3
week or
weeks maximum, from the dust coverage. It could easily have been 1 week too. You know, officer,
This is good. He likes it. That's a little smile there, in the dark of the workshop.
This isn't bad at all. It was a good idea to see where that door leads. Commendable work bringing us to this place.
Let's have a closer look then.
Large prints, most likely made by Boots. The size is hard to determine. Sole could be bigger than Vamp. The soles have left the pattern, uniform, horizontal lines. Shoe size is 41 to 42, maybe 43. It could be a large-footed woman or a small to average-footed man. This is, unfortunately, the worst, most vague shoe size there is.
Doesn't look like the archery print we found at the Heineken.
The size looks about the same, actually. They're not the same shoe, but they could be the same person.
Look at Boots from the Heineken, does it?
No. These little horizontal lines are different. They look custom-made to me. Or some kind of foreign print. Hard to say. Still a boot, though.
Everything around you is quiet. The prints crisscross the workshop floor.
Okay, what does that mean?
It means someone snuck through what seems like a secret route. Behind Classia's room. In the recent weeks. This may prove to be significant.
Let's move on.
This is the barred door you tried to kick in before.
I punch the door once more just in case.
The door shudders a bit, as though it were laughing at you.
Bar the door.
Bent metal, broken glass. Your path lies strewn with the broken forms of everyday objects. You are the destroyer, the bane of inanimate matter.
No, I'm just a disappointed individual trying to take my disappointment out on everyday objects. Gaze upon me, stuff and despair. Anti-object task force.
Yes?
Ah, smallest church in Saint-Saëns, right?
Yeah, church is actually my life.
Cool. Now, what can I do? Got the 20 rand. Good. You got the...
You know, there might be other places to sleep on this coast. You'll find one eventually.
Yeah, I could sleep in the room, but I'm too lazy to walk all the way over to there. See you in the morning, yeah.
The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows in. You see some lights shimmering outside, but it's difficult to make out the outlines of the buildings below. Dark phantoms with many tiny eyes, chaotically arranged and not looking at you. The bed is still cold from the broken window, and not too inviting.
But it's yours, you earned it.
It's not easy, but your bones are so tired from what feel like weeks of work on the case. You have to try. After what feels like hours, you feel you might be sleeping.
Damn it! Wanted to use the bathroom, but Tookie's in there. So now I have to wait till Tookie gets out the bathroom because I drink a whole soda, and now my bladder is really, really feeling like it's gonna burst.
Thoughts, baby. A million little lights in the dark. You're one fine instrument, brother. All those faces and all those names. All that laughter and screaming and scheming around. Every corner and every street.
Recorded in you. Forever. On Faraday.
Spinning in eternity.
On and on it goes. For untold hours. At the disco where you first asked her to dance. Rising. Rising. Above the dark curvature. The great wingspan of sleep. Studded with stars.
Someone told I was at the disco where you first asked her to dance, rising, above the dark cultivates the great wingspan of sleep, stirred with the stars.
Behold, there are millions of them down there. The first time, the last time, the smoke in her mouth, the plotted flowers, the faces turning, changing.
What is it?
It's the world, Harry boy. And you're made of it. Every day you're out there, you make more of yourself from it. I'm afraid you can't be unmade now. You can never forget this shit.
If I read this now, I don't want to. It's beautiful.
Beautiful. It's stuck on loop, whirling, spitting out words and images.
You're the son of the world again. Harrister, a ceaseless agent. Picking up litter and old newspapers. Collecting your little bubblegum wrappers and idiotic picture postcards. Meaningless keepsakes.
Reading your awful letters and recalling things, aren't you? The endless names of the world. An address book you are. The map of a city.
That's right, I am an agent of the world.
You'll go insane if you keep going like this. One more day, and you'll be in the loony bin. I just know you will. And for what, brother man?
For the money, baby. For the greater good.
Solving your little crossword puzzles. Doing your tasks. Crossing names off lists. Trying to become some sort of world detector. It won't make it okay. It won't put smoke back in her mouth.
Making progress. Measured, steady progress.
There he goes again. He's a real political animal, our Harry. He still doesn't see that it's the world changing around him.
He's got no idea what he's in for.
Why?
For so love can break your heart.
Feel the pillow under your cheek.
Beep, beep, beep. The alarm is ringing, Harry. The disco circus goes on and on. You barely slept 3 hours last night.
Do it for the picture puzzle. Put it all together. Solve the world. One conversation at a time.
Open my eyes.
Good. You're up. Listen, There's something that's been bothering you for a few days now.
What is
It's
it?
a suspicion, or a feeling really, that things are not quite in hand around here. An earth-shattering deduction from your psyche. What will those guys come up with next? Every day, things seem to spin more and more wildly, out of control. The center isn't holding. And despite your efforts to moderate and contain these energies, things only seem to be getting worse.
Hey, I thought things were going pretty well.
Oh, sure. You've been making progress on your case, interviewing people, solving side tasks. But who's focusing on the big questions?
I assume the most qualified and highly candidates people were taking care of that stuff.
But have you ever seen them? How do you know they're even there? More importantly, how do you know they aren't waiting for your participation?
What am I supposed to do?
You've got to find out who bears la responsabilité.
Thought I was assigned responsibility for the murder.
The most awesome, terrible thing. It is human nature to crave la responsabilité and to deny it. That's why it must be distributed across many different organizations, agencies, offices, and portfolios. In other words, it must be diffused across the entire bureaucracy, so that no one can ever truly say who is responsible for what.
I thought I was assigned responsible for the murder.
Harry, you're thinking about this too narrowly. La responsabilité isn't concerned with trivial questions like who killed who. It's about the real issues, the human welfare index, the price of staple goods, the transition to real democracy.
Alright, give it to me. I'll accept responsibility.
Whoa. This isn't some kind of dictatorship. You can't simply seize la responsabilité for yourself. It must be given by a legitimate authority, like a committee. You don't need no stinking committee. You're the law.
But I'm the law. Can't I just do it myself?
Really, Harry? You know in your lungs that true authority flows from institutions, not individuals. That's the single principle that separates civilization from barbarism. Technicalities. If you want your work to be accepted, you'll have to go through the appropriate process.
And who should sit on this committee?
Only the most even-keeled minds in Martinez. Your half-brother, the lieutenant, is a natural place to start. Together, you'll be able to discover who has la responsabilité in Revachol. And, if necessary, you'll have the wisdom and expertise to assign it among yourselves.
And what happens once we've assigned responsibility?
Most likely, your findings will be collected in a report, which will be carefully reviewed by your superiors. Once they've reviewed it, those same superiors will produce a set of recommendations to be taken up at the next meeting of the Standing Committee. Rest assured, no matter what happens, it will be done through the proper channels.
You off to work, Mom?
Good luck. Your report is eagerly anticipated.
Yes. Have a good day. Mwah.
I win.
How dare you?
I did not know that was going to do something.
Yeah, me neither. I need a new hat.
Now you got a cool button.
No burgers. Why no burgers? Is there hamburger meat? Yes. Then tell her to make her patties and I'll fry them. No.
You don't have this room. Hey there, friend.
It's always good to see.
Something in her demeanor has changed. She's tired, consigned to her fate.
No, I came
to
in
be here with you and what's to come.
Sorry about Sunday night.
Yes. The night before I saw you in the hallway.
and reminded you're a police officer.
But the first thing I remember doing in Elysium.
Wow. Elysium. You don't hear that term often.
Did you hear something Sunday night from my room?
There was the usual ruckus. Loud disco music.
Did I have any visitors?
I can't say. Probably not. Sounded like you were flying solo.
Mentioned loud disco music?
Oh, yes. Various artists. Ostentatious orchestrations prime among them.
Churches are eyebrow waiting for you to...
Oh, that? Yeah. Whoa. The less said about OO, the better.
OO were huge where I come from. I was very young then, of course. Like 7. Life gets hard, but we go on.
Then, doesn't life get hard because we go on?
Boy, you chasing your tail. You'll get it one of these days. I know you will. He's a good boy. Mostly just gets hard, doesn't it?
It would appear so. At around 2 o'clock, the disco stopped and there was a change of pace.
What
a
happened?
slow, sad song started playing. Like organ music on repeat. That went on for quite a while. Some of that time you were yelling along to it.
Was I seeing this show the empty case at the smallest church in San Diego?
Yes, there was a church in there. A really small church. Like the smallest, saddest church in the whole world. It was about that. And also...
What else?
That it doesn't matter anymore, and that we're alone now. It was difficult to tell. The song itself was very quiet and soft, but you sounded like a wounded boar, sir. It was hard to understand what you were singing on top of it.
When you said wounded, do you mean like in a cool way, like a wild beast?
Yeah, it was very cool.
It's impossible to say whether she's being sarcastic or really means it.
Then what happened?
You started screaming and trashed the place.
That's so me. What did I do?
The window was smashed. The tape player, probably. The song stopped. And furniture, too. A real destructathon. There was screaming. Then I think you passed out.
Please tell me there wasn't anything else.
There was. I think you screamed that you didn't want to be this type of animal anymore. I may have misheard, but it was sort of memorable. I went out afterwards. Everything was quiet by then. Around 4 or 5. And that was it.
Thank you.
No problem, sir.
Yes?
Okay, we need to talk about responsibility.
I'm glad to hear it, Detective. I was wondering when we'd get to this very subject.
Good, we're on the
If you
same
ask
page.
me, it's high time for you to set aside these frivolous side tasks and focus 100% of your energies on the case before us.
No, I mean like la responsibility. You know, the kind of
Why
things
are
that
you
get assigned.
pronouncing it like that gentleman from the Institute of Price Stability? You know what? Forget it. What specifically are you trying to assign responsibility for?
For this whole situation.
Now I understand. Next, I suppose you're going to tell me you need to form a committee to assign this responsibility?
How'd you know?
Simple. Because moral intern types love to form committees. In any event, I am just a humble law official. I may work under the moral intern's umbrella, but I'm certainly not qualified to serve on any committee. You know who might be, though? That Mr. Villedroit, the gentleman you met in the young man's apartment. If I were trying to get in touch with the coalition, I would start by seeking him out. But first you might need to speak with his young companion. Now, was there anything else?
Boy, Am I ever so grateful to you, officer. But I'm not the only one who wants to thank you.
It's great to see you again, officer. My wife can't wait to thank you. Go on.
Oh, sweetie, I don't even know how to thank you for finding my husband and helping him out. I hope we haven't been too much trouble for you.
I'm just doing my job, man.
I want to give you a small token of my gratitude. It's a tie, Mexican origin. The pin is an antique, quite special.
The little silvery knob holding the tie together feels warm in your hand. It's in the shape of an avian skull with 8 eyes. You could ask her about this when you get the time. It's probably a cryptid, but the phasmid, of course, is more important.
Maybe you should convince her to tell you some stories about cool cryptids.
There's really no
Yes!
point in manipulating anyone. She'd be only too pleased to tell you about her work. Go on and ask.
Hey, Lena, I'd like to hear about some of the cryptids you study. Could you tell me about a couple of them?
Oh, I'd be delighted. Truth be told, I could really use the company too.
One cryptid, not a couple. One. This won't turn into some kind of cryptid extravaganza.
Cryptid extravaganza, I like the sound of
And
that.
I don't. Just one.
Ooh, tough choice there.
Is this bird a cryptid?
No. It's the cryptid.
Wow, the cryptid?
Oh, yes.
The small silvery skull shines between your fingers as a beak. Okay, what is this bird?
The 8-eyed teratorn, the largest flying avian ever discovered, with a wingspan of 11.5 meters. It was thought to have gone extinct 3,500 years ago. Some even doubted the fossils were real. A mutation, they said. Until...
Mutation? All of evolution is a mutation.
Until it was cited by renowned Gottwaldian explorer and naturalist Uwe Plattenkalk in 21.
This renown seems a bit dubious. Your own catalogue comes up completely empty. But, of course, you are not all-knowing.
I need to hear about this sighting.
It happened on a botanical expedition into the vast and unexplored Oamrau Canyon in southeast Ilmara. Dr. Plattenkalk got separated from his group during a sandstorm.
Okay, pneumatosis.
The world's largest canyon system, sweetie. It's a barren waste east of the Erg Desert. An ancient riverbed completely dried up.
What happened?
Alone in the blasted desert heat, the doctor wandered eastward, where man hasn't stepped foot in over 1,000 years. Since the fall of Pericarnassus, he was lost, without any navigation equipment and desperately low on water. After a day or two, he noticed a bird high in the noon sky. A great black bird. It seemed gargantuan. Every now and then, the bird would dive down to feed on an animal carcass somewhere on the horizon. But by the time Uwe got there, the teratorn had taken off already, and the carcass was picked clean. This happened many times.
He was following it?
Yes, or rather, hunting. A bird that big has a lot of blood in it, and he was dying of thirst. For many days, Dr. Plattenkalk followed the teratorn until they reached a great canyon wall where the bird finally landed to rest. The professor climbed up there with a rock in his hand. He found the bird sleeping with his head tucked under its wing, a great black pile of feathers on the perch. So he approached, slowly squeezing the rock in his fist. Then the teratorn suddenly looked at him. He could see it had 8 eyes, 4 on either side of its skull, like a spider.
Wow.
And the man couldn't move. He was paralyzed, frozen into place with the rock in his hand. Whatever he did, he could not get closer to the bird.
Why?
The bird was controlling his mind. It kept him from approaching. He could step back, but every time he stepped forward, paralysis. Uwe spent 3 days trying until the bird flew away.
Hmm. An eight-eyed mind-controlling bird? Fuck yes!
Absolutely, sweetie. Cryptozoologists have been tracing it ever since, but Wamrao is vast, mysterious, and holds many secrets.
Modern radar telemetry shows great promise. We will confirm this one by the end of the decade, latest.
This one I liked. Not only does it have 8 eyes, and is a living fossil, and the largest bird ever to live, it also does mind control.
He's sincere. He likes the audacity of it.
So, that was the last anyone saw of it?
Sadly, yes. But there are numerous reports of 8-eyed bird skulls from Il Mara. And then there's the striking resemblance to the Pericarnassian imperial eagle, an ancient heraldic symbol that is hard to pass off as coincidence. The imperial eagle, too, had 8 eyes.
Not really. It's just stylization. The way they drew eyes. It's not a zoological drawing.
Very, very hard.
This one's very famous. Everyone knows it. People will be looking at that tie on you and thinking, that man is into cryptids. So, what else do you want to know?
What's the biggest
that
cryptid?
Would be the giant of Kokonur.
Just if it's common knowledge.
The giant lives in the most arid parts of the vast Kokonur Desert in South Samara, casting a strange light across the barren wastes.
Wait, what do you mean, strange light?
Mirage or psychogenous luminance.
She does not elaborate the nature of this illuminance further. Just how big is it?
No one knows for sure. It is like an awful mountain appearing from below the horizon and expanding to cover almost a third of your field of vision.
Is it dangerous?
The towering luminosity of Kokonur is a bad omen in local folklore. Some say it's a fata morgana, others, fate unimaginable.
Who are you? No animal can be that large. It's a mirage.
That's what makes it so peculiar. A species surviving at the very limits of scientific law. The giant of Kokonur must be the largest animal the planet can support. There are limits, you see, to how large a metabolism an ecosystem can beget. Some say a gravity anomaly below the Kokonur Desert might allow the creature to grow to these gargantuan sizes.
Gravity anomaly? Digging it. Digging this parascientific stuff right here.
What's the tiniest cryptid?
You promised you'd only ask about one cryptid.
You got the promise. But Kim, don't you want to hear about another cryptid
The
too?
lieutenant pauses, thoughtfully.
Ah, fuck it. Let's have more cryptids.
Well,
yes!
The smallest cryptid is the Cryobacter catlensis, a unicellular bacterium. It was discovered in one of the northernmost points of Katla on the Boreal Plateau by renowned geologist Caitlin Mijanou some 70 years ago.
So what's so special about it?
Bacterial colony Mijanou found had remained alive while frozen in ice for longer than anyone could reliably estimate. Certainly from before recorded history.
Yeah.
Mijanou disappeared shortly after injecting herself with the bacteria she had brought back to study. No doubt in hopes of prolonging her own life.
Wait, she injected herself with it? You mean there's an immortal geologist wandering the world?
Yes, and she's quite mad too. After she treated herself with the bacteria, she stopped aging, but also became increasingly eccentric and irascible, so that even her oldest friends were forced to pull away. We can assume that she has been living somewhere in the wilderness for decades now.
No.
All alone except for the Cryobacter catlensis coursing through her bloodstream.
Neil, can I open the door? Okay, well, I'll stop there. Just need you to let her know if she can move her car out. tomorrow I'm starting to move everything into the middle of the garage. I ain't got a job, so my job's here. I don't know, but I'm gonna start moving everything into the middle of the garage, and then
What's
I'm gonna start
the
doing
most dangerous
The
cryptid?
gnome of Jeroma.
So it's done.
Jeroma. That doesn't sound too bad.
Oh, it is. None of its victims survived. Grieving relatives never even found their bodies because the gnome's venom dissolved organic tissue.
What does the cryptid look like?
It was reportedly a small creature with webbed fingers and a protruding forehead and a gangly little thing. Quite scary to look at. A couple of campers found it when it was already dying. They heard an odd wailing in the woods and followed the sound. They were scared and wrapped it in tarpaulin to suffocate it. It still took the gnome of Jeroma an entire day to die.
If the body of the creature was found, why aren't there detailed illustrations of it in science textbooks, confirming the existence of these very little species?
The lieutenant can't help himself.
Alas, the first scientist who got his hands on the creature's corpse put it in a jar of formaldehyde, thinking that would detoxify the gnome's venom. Instead, all the venom leaked out of the creature's teeth and into the surrounding liquid, dissolving the creature itself. A poetic end, perhaps, but a real loss for science.
She said it's mostly too
Alas, always alas, and then it was gone. Isn't that overly convenient?
It's a pretty good explanation. Stop being so skeptical.
Sure, a perfectly good explanation. It dissolved in its own venom. Go on then. Ask about more gnomes or whatever.
I will. Are there any
What an
invisible cryptids?
interesting question. And the answer is yes, there are.
Of course. All fairy tales have someone or something invisible in them.
Shh, Kim, she's gonna tell me about the invisible cryptid. What is
It's the Col de Mama d'Aqua. Its name means thin whisper of sound, and that's precisely what it is. Self-replicating sound waves, invisible and intangible. The Col de Mama is very afraid of us, which makes it incredibly difficult to track.
Corula Mama Dakwa can also be translated as a whisper light and low.
Could it be here right now?
It could be. As I said, it could be everywhere. And we wouldn't know any better. It could be ringing all the days of our lives and nights.
A whisper light and
Yes.
low.
That's another translation. They're both quite lovely, aren't they? Although the low part is a little ironic. The Col de Mama d'Aqua makes, or rather is, such a high-pitched sound that other animals, including humans, can't hear it. It could be everywhere all of the time, and we wouldn't know.
Fine, I'll bite. How can an animal be a sound?
Many scientists have asked the same question. Some have claimed that it isn't itself a sound, but a tiny corpuscle that emits sound waves. But there's no evidence to support this theory.
What evidence is there of this animal being a sound?
Plenty. It's the evidence that led to its discovery. In the 20s, a group of areopagi ornithologists, that is, scientists who study birds, were trying out a new recording technology for capturing sounds outside the range of human hearing. When playing back recordings they had made in the foothills of the Ea mountain range, they noticed certain anomalies, patterns that seemed random at first, but on closer examination were consistent with the waveforms of songbirds.
Songbirds.
The scientists soon discovered they could track and even predict what appeared to be feeding, mating, and migration patterns based on sound waves in a strictly delimited range of ultrasonic frequencies, even higher than those of the highest pitched bat calls.
Wow.
They realized that they had discovered a new species and called it the Col de Mama d'Aqua, after the Paracanassian name for the voice of God, which is said to be very silent. They grew quite obsessed with these little birds. Even though they couldn't see them, they could distinguish among individual birds, and even began to name some of them.
Name them?
Sequester, Time, Joscan. Those are but some of the Mamadakwa they followed individually.
But why is the Mamadakwa so afraid of us?
That is a sad story. A group of university students assisting with the field work in their enthusiasm for the project, and no doubt because they were preoccupied with impressing their professors, nearly drove it to extinction.
Extinction?
They tried to communicate with it and had no other means but sound. So they started sending out sound waves at frequencies they thought might match the Mamadakwas. And what happens when a sound wave meets another sound wave of the same frequency, dear?
Psst. They cancel each other out. Psst.
Oh, now you want to give me the proper answer. They cancel each other out.
Exactly. And these tests were performed so recklessly that when they happened upon the right frequency, well, they wiped out most of the population.
Great regret washes over her. A wending cloth.
After that, the corpuscle appears to have migrated elsewhere. There have been recordings of anomalies similar to those spotted in Ea, but they've been few and far between. It's impossible to confirm the presence of any stable Kulta Mamadakwa population anywhere.
Of course. A common thread in these. Disappearance and unfalsifiability. I like the story, though, ma'am.
Kim, no need to be a fighty daddy.
I'm glad you did, dear.
Interesting.
What about what?
This has been educational, so I need to discuss something else.
Of course, dear.
You never told me you've seen the phasmid.
Oh, you don't want to hear about some old woman's ramblings.
Ramblings? Nonsense. Your description of the phasmid is the most precise I've ever heard.
But, darling, I didn't even get the size of it right.
Measuring things is important. How did she get the size?
You were a child, my dear. Really. It's extraordinary what you were able to describe. Now go on. Tell our friend about it. He's proven his interest in the field.
Reflexively, the lieutenant read his familiar notebook.
Well, it was summer. I was building a racing track out of sand on the beach near a tall stand of reeds. Quite a tall one. Many times my height, I remember. When, all of a sudden...
Wait, where was this and how old were you?
I'm getting ahead of myself. I was 5 and a half in Betancourt in the suburbs. My grandmother had a summer home there.
She'd just started forming memories. Real memories. Not the billowy haze of infanthood. Betancourt got bombed in the war. It used to be quite near, circa 20 kilometers from here.
What happened?
The strangest moment of my life. I looked up and one of the reeds moved. Not like a plant, but like a living thing. It stood up and looked at me. Its body unfolded like some antique toy. I've never seen anything like it. I didn't know this can happen, so I reached my arm and touched the thing. It felt just like a stalk of reed, but it moved, swaying, towering above me. After a while, 20 seconds, a minute maybe, it left, went into the reeds. I tried, but I was only a child. There was mud and high water. I couldn't see it anymore. I was just standing there knee-deep in mud, looking around me.
Then what?
I ran back home to my grandmother and asked her if reeds could walk, and told her they were looking at me. Of course, she just laughed at me, but I knew what I'd seen. For years, it was a story I told at parties when I wanted to impress boys. That sort of thing. Of course, most people just took it as a strange, amusing anecdote. So did I, honestly. But then I met Morel.
We were on a date. Can you imagine? She tells me a story, and it's the most detailed report of the Insulindian phasmid I've ever heard. The sounds. She told me it hissed.
It did, yes. Like reeds in a gust of wind.
The way it moved, the colour. How some of its limbs were white, like marble. It matched perfectly with what I know from other accounts. It was amazing. If it weren't for Lena, I might have given up hope years ago. It's no exaggeration to say that she restored my faith in my profession.
He looks at her with admiration, forgetting what. Smile on his face. You want a date?
Our first, yes.
Woman looks at her husband
The
tenderly.
glance is tender, yes, but tempered by something else. A thought she can't express, even to him. Interesting.
Limbs are white?
Not all of them. There is some white coloration reported, along with beige, where the camouflage ends.
How big was
It's hard to say how big things are when you're quite small yourself. To me, it seemed to be taller than I was then, but that's probably not the case.
What if it is the case?
Maybe you mention it. Kim, what do you think of this?
I thought it was a wonderful story, man.
Goes his notes and gives a simple smile. Maybe
How
imagine
could
it.
she? Who imagines this? She didn't know about the phasmid. This is the main thing here. What makes it a confirmed sighting? She had no previous knowledge of the insect.
Yeah. Yeah, you are.
So she couldn't have made it up, or imagined it.
That's true, yes. I'm almost certain neither my mother nor my grandmother knew of it. It was only when I started telling my story as a teenager that boys would tell me, Lena,
She lowers her voice to imitate a boy.
you trying to tell us you saw the Insulindian phasmid out there in those reeds? Get out of here. They just give me a cider and ruffle my hair and tell me to stop dreaming. But I saw it.
Thank you for sharing that
You're
with me.
welcome, sweetie. I do appreciate the chance to relive it whenever I get one. It was just such an impossibly sunshiny day. So warm.
And she could get up and walk right into the reeds on her own, into the mud.
Anyway.
Again?
Talk to her again.
It's always good to see you.
Something in her demeanor has changed. She's tired, consigned to her fate, to being here with you and what's to come.
Hardy Boys told us what really
I
happened.
understand.
Just like that. No resistance. Her shoulders are slouched, her feet long and straight.
Chill, I'm the cool cop, remember?
I'm sorry for wasting your time. I should have known that you'd find out.
This is good. Clear the air first, between you two. Then move on to questions. Is it? Something is off here. Shush, I can't hear what she's saying.
Why did you waste our time then?
Because of the Hardys. I couldn't just dispense with them. They were only trying to help me. Out of the shit I'd gotten into.
Is she implying the Hardy Boys are the law?
Whoa, whoa, I'm the law. The law, that's me.
I know that. But the people around
The
here,
lawbringer.
they don't see it that way. And if I am to stay here, I need to get along with them.
Cool, I'm satisfied with that
I
explanation.
am not. There is more here, miss.
You're right. There's more.
More?
You answer to the coalition government, and by extension, the moral intern.
Briefly glances over her shoulder to the sea, as she's done time and time again. A grand expanse of water reaches over the bay and to the horizon, grey and pale violet in the morning light.
What lies beyond
the
it?
Pale, the Muindi Isola, the Occident, and then Oranje, the old world.
Surely you're afraid of...
You share a database with them. You send people to their courts.
What's going on? What'd you do?
Just business. But bad business for some people in the moral intern. If I show up in your records, officer, they will find me. They will...
What happens if they do?
They will kill me, sir. If you file my name, take me in for questioning, enter me into the moral intern mill, well, then I'm fucked. For nothing. This murder didn't have anything to do with me.
Fucked? People after her? Moral intern people? This isn't Orionese lit. Actually, this murder did have a little to do with her.
You say Orionese lit. What is it with the fugitive
I
stuff?
did. I also had a side job selling insurance that I was really good at. Got picked up by a bank. Competitive intelligence, they called it. After that, I sort of, transitioned out of the whole culture scene.
What did you do to have these people after you?
It's not nice, but it's not illegal. Not here in Revachol, or even in Oranje.
What exactly did you do?
Industrial espionage. I joined a business collective with the intention of betraying them. I did my job well enough to be asked to do it again, with a bigger company. The kind you really, really don't fuck with. I took their ledgers, 2 decades worth of accounting.
I need the names of the companies involved and who hired you.
The job was Elysium County Savings Bank. They sound small, but they're part of the Elysium conglomerate. That was the second job. The first was some printer company. You wouldn't know them.
But she really destroyed them. She still feels it.
As to who hired me for the job, I don't know. But they're after me too, along with Elysium and their friends in the MI. Once you're done in the competitive intelligence circuit, you don't have allies. You're radioactive.
Lowe's cap. These people engineer financial disasters in second world countries. The conglomerate also includes the Bank of Consecration, Airberg, and the popular Papalolo line of dairy products.
Papalolo?
Yeah. Papa fucking Lolo wants to kill me.
She smiles. I'm sure there are people who have done much worse than that. Man, you just know what people have built. Got yourself into
It is. Many people lost their jobs. Not just C-suite. Ordinary people. What I did to get to
Fair
accounting.
enough, bud.
A lot of people got hurt. But that's just more of my shit you shouldn't have to deal with. You're solving a murder.
True.
That can wait. Look into her eyes. There's more.
What did you do?
One of them killed themselves because of me.
She says it quickly, like she said it 100 times to herself to get used to the idea, out of guilt.
That shakes your head. Not easy to deal with.
How do you deal with anything? It's all just... How do you do it?
Not remembering a single goddamn thing. I don't either. I'm a cop. What I do is right.
That would do the trick, yes.
But here, the night
We
you
were
down.
there. Together.
Friends at the
In
window.
bed, I mean.
Tell me exactly what happened.
Okay. He was in a kneeling position. He had just entered me. I was on my back, looking at him. I heard the window behind me shatter, and I turned to look. There was a hole in the glass. I turned back to him. His eyes were looking through me, and his mouth was open. Dumb. I could see. I could.
Her chest rises and falls with each word. She keeps herself together and says it.
I knew he was dead. Before he fell down on top of me.
Then
He
what
was
happened?
heavy. I pushed him off and he fell to the floor. There. He only had his boots on. I bit the pillow, not to scream, then ran downstairs.
Until on pause, she just stands there, her arms at her sides.
I waited for the second shot to come. For me. I thought there would be one. It never came.
She looks down with a wince. Her cigarette has singed her fingers.
Oops, I accidentally hit that with my fucking finger with the side
She
button.
throws it away and immediately proceeds to light another one.
What time was this? When did it happen? It would help us if you could be as precise as possible.
11:30 to 12:15. I don't know the exact time. Around midnight.
It's okay. Were you inebriated?
Not as much as usual. He'd done a line, plus other things. I was drinking.
Wait. Titus said she was gurning her jaw off much more than usual.
Titus said you looked pretty high.
Oh, yeah. I did one of his lines, just to clear my head.
Did you hear or see the shooter in the course of this?
No.
What did you do then?
Nothing. I was trapped. I was stuck in my room downstairs. I got some clothes on and crawled back up, drew the blinds. Blood was coming from his mouth. Not a lot, just a little. He was still on the floor, slouched. I couldn't be there with him anymore, so I ran down and out of my room, into the hallway, down the stairs. I knew there would be people there.
Run, woman. Run past them and out into the streets where it's dark and people move. To the lorries at the intersection, as far as you can.
Why don't you run away from here? As a matter of fact, why are you here now?
I already ran. I ran from an entire Isola. I can't run any further. Not with these people. This is as far as it gets.
What happened after you ran downstairs?
Sylvie was tending the bar. A lot of people were there. The Hardys were at the table in front of the stage. I think the Union box was full. Ruby was there too. They were having such a good time. I sat down and they all welcomed me. I didn't even have to say anything. Ruby knew something was wrong.
Ruby?
Before we continue, who is Ruby?
Ruby. You know, the leader.
The leader? Of what?
The Hardy Boys.
It's self-evident. I thought Hardy was the leader of the Hardy Boys.
Well, nominally, yes. Ruby's the one they go to when things happen, like things they need taken care of. She's the organizer.
This Ruby, in her phrasing, is entrusted with great power. She trusts her. So do the others.
Okay, let's go on. What then?
Well, Ruby said let's talk upstairs. I showed her the room. I've known these people since December. They know my situation, but I can't leave a paper trail. Ruby was the first one I told. She said she'd take care of this. It's what she does, you know, take care of things. I helped her get the body to the bathroom. We used a belt to pull him up under the shower, to keep him upright.
To produce lividity, matching a hanging?
Yes.
We completely missed the tampering. Looks like you got there in time. What was this, 20 minutes after death?
About 20, yes. Ruby explained it would make the blood... You know what he does.
She looks at the ground and raises her. Nice to meet yours. Then what did
Ruby
you do?
went outside to talk to Titus and the boys. I was just looking at Lely in the bathroom. I had to put his clothes back on. His armor, too. It was tough, but I've seen him take it off and put it on many times. It took Ruby maybe half an hour to come back with Titus. I'd gotten him ready by then. They carried him out. I knew what they were going to do, to make it look like a hanging. Ruby said they would.
What did you do while they were hanging him?
Ruby said to wait here. She also said I wouldn't see her for a while. That we should lay low or something. So I did.
This Ruby, where is this Ruby now?
I don't know. I haven't seen her since.
We will need to take this question to the Hardy Boys.
Interesting. Why did this Ruby go through so much trouble to hide something someone else did? Look into this later.
What happened? Did you hear a gunshot?
When he was shot? I may have. I don't know. I couldn't hear anything over the glass exploding.
Did you feel
What?
violent?
Why would I put myself through this? Insanity. Get myself cornered like this. He wouldn't have died if it weren't for me. I know that. But I would never hurt him.
He was a serviceman. He must have had a gun. Somewhere, lying around, close to her hand.
Upstairs people had this crazy idea that you killed him.
I'm sad to hear that. They must have said it in some fit of frustration or under pressure. They couldn't have meant it. I've talked to them after it happened. No one has implicated me.
What weapon am I? Did you use that?
No. I specifically asked him not to carry firearms when he was with me. He only had his stupid armor.
Okay, if you
I did not
self-defense.
kill him to defend myself from rape. I told you before. That wasn't what happened.
True, sire. 'Tis true.
Drama.
Like what?
To like brown eyes wandering over the floor of your face. People, after you have killed him?
That's the first thing that went through my head when I heard the glass break.
And?
I thought they'd found me. They've killed him to punish me. All last week, I've tried not to talk to anyone or be seen with anyone so they wouldn't be hurt. I've come to understand, however, this is paranoia. What happened didn't have anything to do with me.
Either way, something to consider.
We can't go after loose cap. Not yet. There are other, saner leads.
I don't ask you to, Lieutenant. But there's one thing I know, is that you'll get nothing from there.
If they want to kill me, they'll kill me. If they want to toy with me, they will. She's come to this conclusion weeks ago.
Why did you call the cops if you're hiding?
Because I'm an idiot.
The answer came fast.
Which is an indicator of truth. Idiot. She's nothing of the sort.
I don't think so. Why'd you do it? So you would have us believe, but you're not.
You have to understand, the people around here, no one was making the call, and he kept rotting. And then they picked his clothes off, and that little fucker threw stones at him.
Her jaw is clenched. Her throat moves. It takes all her strength not to cave in and sob. Once. Just one time.
He kept throwing stones at him for 3 days. I could hear the thud. Thud. So I called you. I hope with all my heart it's not the last thing I do in Revachol.
She definitely called the cops. That was task complete. It could not have been a lie. That is impossible.
When was the window changed?
Last week. Angus and Titus's brother, I think he's called Tibbs, took care of it.
You should have another look at that window after this. Reconstruct the scene. It's right there.
In the bedroom side?
Yes, you see the glass sparkling out of the corner of your eye.
I think we're done here.
She
for now.
nods, silently. She doesn't even smoke. Just picks up the cold coffee and holds it in her hands.
The lieutenant glances at you and
He's
there's the door.
thinking, are we done here? Or...
I have no idea what this means.
But we are awake, sire. She has been forthcoming with sordid details women usually conceal. Most shocking details of the sexual kind.
If I had just rolled
We are a bulwark.
anything higher than that fucking
unbreached.
one,
If you have doubts, just give us one example of deceit. Just one, and we will gladly change our minds.
just a proposition, could the Lord explicitness conceal something less sensational but more illegal?
Who is this personhood picking these seditious options? Can't you see the detective grows weary of your malcontent? Stop staring at her eyes and say something pertinent to the case. This is making you look like an amateur. It looks like this one's not waking up. You'll have to do it without pushing her further. At least for now.
Hello, officer?
Who?
Now drama's immediately on my side.
God, you've been lied to. She could have killed her lover and lied to everyone. She's not candid at all. She's smoke and mirrors and will-o-wisps. She probably didn't give you her real name either. Why would she? Arrest her immediately before she further entangles you in her web of lies.
Your real name isn't
I agree. You wouldn't give us your real name, not when people are after you.
Okay.
Okay, what?
Okay, it's not.
I knew it.
You log your work every week. It's all transmitted to Common, sir. I couldn't just beg you not to enter my name. So I lied. Like I lied before. Like I did at LCSB. I have to lie all the time. I'm so tired of it.
What, was the passport bullshit too? The passport you keep hidden?
No. It's submerged in a plastic buoy on the coast, in the reeds. It just doesn't say Clausia Amandu. It says Anouk Mea Smith.
Falsified documents?
Passport and visa. Given to me by my employer. I can't even use them. My employer probably leaked the name, Mea Smith, to hurt me.
Why would they do that?
I didn't show up to a rendezvous. They don't take that lightly. I didn't show up because I was afraid they'd do something to me. The job was finished. I'm just a liability now.
She fears an arrest right here and now. This has been an awful turn of events for her.
You're probably not even Miss Ornate 37, are you?
I am. They can never take my sash and my scepter from me.
Yes, they can. For lying.
Get him, drama. Tell me your real
It's
name.
Katarzyna Elysium.
The smile on her face is timid, almost bigly.
It's a Grad name. Jimsk or Yugo Grad in origin. Not Occidental at all. Smells of motor oil, tiger, economic desolation, and rock music infused alcoholism. It also makes Clausia almost an acronym for Katarzyna Elysium.
Wait, it's abbreviation of Katalazina? Name's not even money, it's Grad.
My parents were Zemsk immigrants, but I'm nationalized Oranese. All I remember is Oranie. Elysium is my father's name.
It's abbreviation.
It was a sentimental thing. I wanted to be more me here, this time. So I used my nickname.
A nickname? Who gave you this nickname, Clausia?
Who gave it to you?
Teenage boy. A million years ago.
Keep calling you Clausia.
That's cool.
Right through the eye train, then up.
She doesn't feel like a Clausia. She feels like nothing.
Where's the buoy?
West of the boardwalk. In the reeds. On the coast there. I put it there when I first arrived. Haven't been there since. I'm not sure I could even find it now. It's useless.
Ring the reeds. Got to check this buoy out.
The lieutenant makes a note of it.
You're welcome to it. It's in the reeds northwest of here.
She nods, her back straight, ready for whatever is next.
I think you didn't make that call to the station.
I did. What is this? I called your desk or whatever it is. The numbers are all over town. Call 8-100-2 for emergencies. There was an older woman on the other end. It sounded like she was smoking. She took my complaint. She coughed.
That is the emergencies desk number. Anyone could know that, sire, by looking around and calling the desk. I don't believe a single word she says.
What time did you make the call?
Thursday night. It was late, sometime after 12.
It checks out.
If it means nothing.
But I know the time of the call, too. I know I have not been 100% truthful with you, officers. But I am now.
You sense a little hesitation there, or maybe even fear. The stress was on the wrong syllable. Welcome to the wake-up club, brother.
What if I told you were under arrest?
Clausia.
She beats the pain smile back at her face. Pressed against the
It
railing.
was my first real boyfriend who gave me that name. He never recovered from the shit we went through. Because of me.
Who was he?
He was a writer. He made Oranislet. And I destroyed him.
Fixing the eyes, her mouth
I know
quivering.
shit. I know. But I haven't done anything. At least nothing illegal.
Failure to aid a police investigation. She purposefully misrepresented information crucial to the case. Fucking mind games. Enough. That's right, gang. Stern and merciless now. Stern and merciless as we reel her in. The lieutenant produces a pair of handcuffs.
Please, no.
Let's come out of here. She tries to
I
back
think
her
I
free.
know who did it. Who shot Lely. I can tell you. I can help you.
Do you know who shot him?
She's silent for a second, as if looking into herself for certainty. Then, in a hushed voice, she says, gearing up for this betrayal is hard for her.
Ruby.
How could she have killed him?
You've been through there, right? I saw you come out. It leads downstairs. She could have come to the roof through that, then made the shot right here, where I stand. It was dark outside. I wouldn't have seen her.
Then slipped back downstairs without anyone noticing. That is possible.
Interesting theory. Did she know that door exists? Had you been out there with her?
Yes, of course. She's been up here many times, jacking private stations off the ring antenna. She used to come here to drink on the roof with me, before it got weird.
What do you think it...
She has this
Why do you
thing for
think
me.
it was her?
Ever since I met her and the boys downstairs. She's been pretty frank about what she wants.
And what is that?
Sex. And more. I made the mistake of confiding in her. I told her I was on the run. She started protecting me. It became an unhealthy relationship.
Oof.
When I started spending time with Lely, she told me to end it. Said there would be shit if I didn't. It was not a good meeting. We stopped talking after that, but...
I don't understand. What exactly in your relationship made you think she is romantically interested in you?
She said she's in love with me. She even asked me to run away with her when I told her I'm a fugitive. She started developing notions about our relationship.
And you led her on?
A little. I was flattered, you know? But then I had to let her off, and it was not easy. I came to regret being friendly with her. We maybe kissed, nothing more.
She sounds like she was fixated
This
on
is just an assumption.
I know what it sounds like. That's why I didn't want to tell you before. But she knew what had happened when I came downstairs. Somehow, she knew Lely was dead. She wasn't surprised at all. When we came up here, she was calm as a stone, too. She cleaned it all up like she had a plan.
This is a familiar theory. You had it too, remember? Could it be that Ruby was covering up after herself? The lynching?
Ruby said there would be shit happening if you didn't. Ceased. She threatening you?
She came over one night, drunk, said she'd turn my life into a living hell. I've been threatened before, so I can tell when someone knows how to do it. And she's a pro. She must be. To keep the Hardys in line. I tried severing ties with her after that. I thought it had worked, but...
Next to the window.
Some of that fear is still with her. She exhales sharply. What are you talking about? She's afraid you'll arrest her.
Can't answer for Ruby.
Okay, and what? Arrest the liar now. Don't arrest her. Push her a bit more, but then let her off. That Ruby theory was solid. And she's beautiful.
So good, but I think I mean, just in case, step below.
Still? After all this, sir, please. It's a shitty world, and I know I'm shitty too. I know.
Her hand turns into a fist, slowly crushing a cigarette that's
But I don't deserve to be sent to the moral intern and ground into paste just because I disturbed the sanctity of accounting. That's some multinational.
She's gearing up for a last stand. This is it.
What other option do I have?
You have those station calls, right? Where I have to show up at the station or I'll become a fugitive. You can write me one. You don't have to take me in right now. I promise I won't go out anymore at night. I'll be right here. I know you can do that. Just let me come in on my own. In 2 months, or maybe even 1 month. That's all I need.
You do have the form.
Looks like you're
My
legend.
God, she's playing him too. Like a fiddle, sire. Who would have known?
What do you
I
deserve
don't
then?
know. To spend my days with smoke, and drink and dance, wallowing in shit. Just like everyone else.
Well, I've changed in 2 months or just 1 month.
Everything could change. This city, the extradition rules, the people after me could be in jail. Or maybe Revachol.
She falls silent.
There is desperation there, in that silence. A cornered animal looking for a way out.
Maybe Revachol could be free. I could be tried in a free Revachol. An independent state that doesn't hand its detainees over to the moral intern.
I find that hard to believe, miss.
That another Revachol, free, independent.
The world can change. It's changed before.
Her political overture has succeeded, we see. She
That is my
looks at you
choice.
in silence, her face filled with fear, lips parted. Wait. If you arrest her, Kim will have to transport her. You'd be without your partner for the rest of the day. Shut up. He's making a decision, and it's his to make.
I'll let you off the hook for now. Don't make me regret it.
I won't, sir.
Devil woman.
She slowly lights another cigarette and steadies her breath, as if in the presence of some tiger. You are. This is not the end of this.
Look up at the gray sky. 3% shivers. This gives me shivers. This gives me shivers.
Hello, officer? What?
Nothing happens.
Complete
There is a
failure.
mass of droplets above the planetary body, colorless, merging into one another. The sky is low and cold. You hear the distant murmur of motor connections somewhere south of here. That is all.
So, superstar law official.
This window is pristine on the inside, unlike the one next to it. Light from the desk lamp reflects.
I have a +1. Is anything giving me a -1?
This window is pristine on the inside. Golden light melts away into the blue, glassy darkness of your
7
mind.
+ 8 + 1.
In it are two neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman on the single bed. two-hearted spider. Like the witness said, the man is kneeling. The woman is on her back. It's the night of March 4th and a shot has just been fired. The man looks directly at the woman. The shot's possible directions converge in his mouth. A ray cast from somewhere outside, entering his brain.
Where does it come from?
From the roof outside, location A prime. The glass fractures around the bullet hole. Shards face inwards like a corona behind the woman's back. The man does not know the bullet has entered his brain. He never will. Death comes faster than the realization. The ray cast from the man's mouth unravels into a fan of possible directions, all on the roof at first. The shot could have come from any of them. This is composite location A prime, most likely of the origin points.
Shouldn't there be gum residue outside?
There could have been. Then the rain and slush and wind washed it away. This was more than a week ago.
So I'm 80% sure the roof is where the shot was made from.
72%. With a weapon that's good for medium range, like a rifle or sports pistol. This is a good short distance, but not too short. The perpetrator aimed with their back against the railing, or possibly kneeling for precision. This would explain why it only took them one shot. The lights were on in here. Outside it was dark. It was like shooting fish in an aquarium. A well-lit aquarium. The victim opened his mouth to let the bullet in. Neither of them would have seen anything outside in the darkness. Too busy with their own bodies.
Could the shot have come from inside the room? A closer point?
Point X would contradict the woman's testimony, rendering the entire proposition void. These figures would be wiped out, Detective.
Are there any arguments against A prime, the roof?
None that you've found thus far, but that doesn't mean there aren't any.
Could there have been another point of origin further away?
That's a 28%, yes. In this model, the shot could have come from a greater distance. Nothing excludes the possibility. Should we extrapolate to include every possible point of origin in Martinez?
The radius.
According to your map of the district, this shot could have come from a wide angle of locations, starting with the northern edge of the abandoned boardwalk, ending with an islet in the bay. Let's call them B prime.
More precisely?
B prime for boardwalk, B double prime for Land's End, and B triple prime for the islet, Detective. There may be smaller points in between, but those are too fine to zoom in on.
Look at point B at the boardwalk.
700 meters away. The likeliest of these B positions, 20% chance. A skilled sniper could have made the shot, provided he had a safe sniper's nest. Even with the light on inside, we're talking military training. At that distance, the perpetrator would have had to take wind direction into account.
Land's End.
1.2 kilometers away, the least likely of these positions. Let's say 3%. A truly skilled sniper could have done it, possibly from a tent. No, too far-fetched.
Have a look at point B, the inlet.
1 kilometer away, a point beyond the docks, on an islet in the bay. The fort is ruined, but the perpetrator may have found a stable spot on the beaches surrounding it, where the concrete crumbles into the sea. As you saw in the coin-operated viewer, the shot would have been a small miracle, 5% likelihood. There is an extremely narrow field of view from the bay to the window, between Rue de Saint-Ghislain 10 and 33A. The angle would have been extreme, and access to the islets is questionable.
Kim, do you think the shot could have come from farther from the roof?
From where, precisely?
Say B prime, the boardwalk, B double prime, Land's End, and B triple prime, the inlet.
I see you have given this a lot of thought. Are those the locations you've singled out in addition to the roof? And what is the likelihood, in your opinion, that it came from a further distance?
I'm just being thorough. Much less than from the roof, but
Okay,
still.
well, we should see if there is gunshot residue or sniper nest if we go down the coast. Rule these spots out one by one. It would be the diligent thing to do. Until then, personally, I'm going with the roof version. It fits the hidden path through the whirling. A simple hypothesis.
Blink. Okay, we got some options.
It's you again. What is it?
Okay, Pleasure. Now I need to talk to you.
Why?
She's your real leader?
You're cuckoo, cop. I'm the only man responsible for this unit. Get with it, or fuck off.
How many times must I tell you?
Yeah, fuck off!
Elysium, the paranormal whispers her name into my ear. She killed the victim, that's why.
Sounds like you wanna push this steaming pile of shit on anyone. And now you pet Ruby. Well, not on my watch you won't. Ruby's one of us. We're not gonna throw her under your moral intern steamroller. Fuck that shit.
And fuck you too, moral
Whoa. Threw a glance at Titus. As the last syllable as he left the big guy's side.
Ruby is missing. If you hide from the police in a murder investigation, you become a suspect. You know how it works, guys.
That's nothing. That's just legalese. You don't even have a sound theory. I don't want to be rude, but we're trying to get some R&R here. Think you could fuck off now?
I think we'll keep sticking around, Titus.
Present a solid theory about why Ruby had done it.
It presents itself if you keep looking.
A sudden flash of lightning in your neocortex. The hostel cafeteria is lit by its airy blaze. Floor plans, bullet trajectories, webs of human emotion, all channeled into a single thought.
Why are you so sure Ruby didn't offer?
Because she was here, all night, with us.
He's cobbling together shit so he can put her away. It's Cop 101.
She was here all night? 11:30 to 12:15? She was here during all that time?
Yeah, with us, drinking, near the stage there.
She didn't go out for fresh air for one smoke?
No.
In the whole 45-minute window, she was with you all the time.
Right. She took a fucking leak, okay? For one moment. Maybe went out, too. She has a complex operation to run from her lorry. She's a busy girl. Always has been.
Could this complex operation be the one Joyce asked you to look into? Probably, though they'll never open up about it. You'll have to keep investigating.
Just because she was gone for 5 minutes doesn't mean she magically got to the roof and shot the merc. I've been through this. It's not plausible.
All right, we're in. We got Ruby unaccounted for sometime during the window. This was crucial. Now let's place her on that roof.
I'm just gonna climb. Secret out in the kitchen that leads straight to the roof.
How?
Through what looks like the abandoned pinball workshop.
People say there was a pinball arcade here, sometime before the hostel. What was it called, Theo?
East Delta Pinball Arcade. Weird place. Went bankrupt.
Okay, but how'd you get up? There's no room for a staircase in this building. Or an elevator, for that matter.
The elevator is outside the building. It's an old dumbwaiter used for moving pinball machines up and down from the workshop.
Come on, Kim.
Thank you.
The lieutenant is glad he got the floor plan right there.
From there, a door leads straight to the roof. You can just step outside.
Ruby could have gone up, shot him, come down. All under 7 minutes.
That's quite the theory. We need to have a look at that secret passage, boys.
I'm on it, boss. Right when the law clears, me and Angus are going up there.
It's a dumbwaiter, not an industrial lift. How about I go instead of...
Just now. You got something else to back this route up? Or is that it?
Some footprints upstairs in the workshop.
Footprints. Recent.
Recent.
What else could you make out? How recent? What size?
About a week or two.
That close, huh? How fortunate. I'll take a thorough look at those prints myself before I believe that call. Good news is, I'm still listening. Footprints. 43 is pretty large for a girl, don't you think? But then Ruby's what you call a butch girl. She's no daffodil.
Yeah, but that's what's so cool about her. It's why we've been thinking...
I know what you've been thinking, Glenn. We'll talk about it. Once the murder charges have been cleared.
Titus, you're not really saying...
He's thinking, all right. Glenn gets silence for an answer. Push forward with this theory.
Guess what? Remember the key I found here?
I don't like guessing, Cole. No one.
It opens the steel door in the kitchen, the one that leads upstairs to the roof. This key was right here, with you, all the time.
You didn't find it, but Ruby did, and that's how she got it there.
Quit jumping to conclusions, Theo. You took that key. Did it look like it was recently put there?
No, the ribbon was old, faded. It had been there for 20 years at least.
She could just put it back there when she was done.
Why? This doesn't make sense. It's damn interesting, but it doesn't fit well, and you know it.
It doesn't fit well, but it fits. And he knows it. Also, it has to be said, this man would make a good RCM sergeant, or maybe even lieutenant. Just don't let him anywhere near women.
You do agree the shot came from the roof, right?
Why not? You can't draw a straight line into Clausia's window from any of the surrounding buildings. Not from what I know about Martinez. Maybe from the coast. But like I said, I've been too busy dealing with you idiots. So no, I don't think it was a sniper. It was close up.
There's a 72% chance that the bullet came from the roof.
72%. There's a percentage and all. Where'd you get it from? Your guys in the lab?
And analyzed it on the spot. Turns out I can do that. And yes, big lab, back in Jamrock, the Jamrock Ballistics
Wouldn't
lab.
hurt to have one of those in Martinez. What else have you got? That puts her on the roof. Right. What the fuck does that got to do with Ruby?
Nothing. I just thought we could bring some down, get some new machines in here.
Wow, man, can we? I mean... That'd be awesome. I beat that royalist machine 20 times now.
All right, all right. We can get the barman to bring them down. What else?
We have firmly established we could have access to the roof with the man was shot.
Firmly doesn't go well with could've. There's a route to the roof. Me and the boys need to check it out. That's what we established. But a route does not put that bullet in his head. A gun does that, and Ruby doesn't carry one.
Phase 2, murder weapon. Get a gun in her hand. If not that, then at least a shadow of a doubt. In the shape of a gun. Just don't contradict yourself. If it doesn't sound like Ruby did it, maybe keep it to yourself.
So my lost gun to a woman? Maybe it was her.
You lost your gun?
What an idiot!
Tell me, did you lose it before the murder? You didn't, and Ruby didn't use your lock.
Stop thinking about your lost gun, damn it. You'll get a heart attack.
This was merely a thought exercise. He did not lose his gun. Let's move on.
Anyway.
Look, fucko, Ruby and I are pretty tight. She would have showed me the gun if she had one. She knows I love guns.
Yeah, everyone knows Glenn loves guns.
I don't know, Glenny. Ruby's a little secretive, isn't she? Wasn't like she told you every little thing.
I said Ruby takes care of things. You don't do that without a gun in movie.
She organizes things. She doesn't whack people. That's not the kind of person she is. She's a talker.
It's clear this one is protective of her.
Easy now, Glenn. What he's trying to say is, people who don't have guns don't shoot people. You need a gun for that. You can't prove she has one.
You don't need to prove anything. Doubt is enough for now. And Titus must have some.
Still 20% chance the shot came from beyond the roof.
Yes, goddammit, I know what a 72% chance means. It means there's a 28% chance it isn't that. And 28% is no small chance either.
Just making sure we are on the same page. It doesn't all fit. We are just sharing info, candidly.
Titus doesn't reply. Probably a good sign.
Didn't say I'd prove she had the murder weapon, just that we need to find her.
I don't know, Cop. Why don't you find your lost gun first?
Easy now, Al. This isn't comedy hour.
Titus, we're not seriously considering it, are we? Ruby wouldn't do this. Why would she do something like this?
Phase 3. Motive. The last component.
Pretty interesting things about Ruby.
Yeah. Like what?
Apparently she had a thing for Elijah.
A thing? You mean?
Does his head fall asleep?
Behind his squinting eyes, dominoes are falling. Fast. It's all beginning to make sense to him now.
Yeah, but they're both girls.
Girls like girls too, Angus, sometimes. This is one of those times. She lacked class here.
Reality breaking event. Learned it from a liberal. What Kim said.
Fuck you. First he says she's murdered him. Now she's a who? It's a lie.
Come on, Glenn. She likes Monica's titties more than you do. Everyone knows which way the wind blows there.
I did. I knew it. That's why she didn't fuck me at Fatty's birthday party.
She didn't fuck you, 'cause you're 40, and you still live with your mom, Dennis.
Like laughter sounds off in the room. It feels nervous. On her, and she thwarted
Ruby
him.
then threatened her and told her to end her relationship with the deceased.
This is some sort of shit. It's also the kind of garbage our Miss Aronier puts out to cover her own ass.
She did tell us when we were close to arresting her.
Figures. But that Ruby is queer as cabaret. Now that I start thinking about it. So there is some truth to it. And that's okay. Some are queerer than others. You can still be a Hardy. But if you bring your own personal shit into our outfit...
If that's the case, then it's not right. But it's not the case.
Looks at Titus and Ellen.
There are many pieces that fit together that way, Eugene. Face it.
So why did she organize the cover-up?
And I suppose you have a theory about that too, cop.
She could have just been covering up for herself,
Think
Titus.
about it. Why go through all that effort? It was her idea, wasn't it? The hanging. You went along, but she suggested it.
She had, like, a fully formed plan and shit. Right when she came back downstairs.
Really, Shanks? Claudia wanted to talk to another girl, that's all. She was just the first one up there. I could have come up with that plan if I'd have been first.
Time for a logics demonstration.
Gene, let's assume you killed him. Killed him.
You're on thin ice here, asshole.
It's a thought exercise, Titus. Think. You kill him. Get up there. Shoot him. Get down.
Would you prefer to go on trial with your men as part of a lynch mob or alone for cold-blooded murder?
Alone. I don't drag my men into shit with me.
If she used us, then that's a serious violation of the Hardy Code, boss.
But she didn't. This is fucking stupid, Titus. This and the queer thing, all of it. Why are more of you defending her? This is fucking stupid, Titus.
Glenn, I thought the same thing when she skipped town and left us in this shit.
Oh, so he didn't rule her out completely. And she skipped town. This is good.
As she came downstairs, Ruby appeared to know that something was wrong.
Nah, man. That's just Ruby. She's got shit under control. That's her whole thing. That's why she's so good.
Plus, man, it's like female intuition, you know. Women talk to women. Which is sort of why we need someone on the team who they talk to.
Eugene wants a woman on the team so they can do their job. That must be hard. Half of Martinez is female.
That's female intuition. That's what it is, Eugene, you're right. Or she knew what happened because she killed him.
Not so useful.
That just looks at Alan and then Eugene.
Fucking hell.
Bauman is in some kind of anguish that makes him stare into the garlic bread bowl intensely. You have to see things don't add up. We need to.
Silence. He looks around the room. The old man in the corner nods. This is the only option he cares for.
Yeah, I see it. There's one more thing I've been wondering about. Ever since you asked me where she is. Add it to your list of suspicions, if you want. I don't know where she went. She just got up and left. Got real scared, too. Wouldn't tell me where. However hard I asked. Wanna know why? She was afraid I would tell you. Maybe she was right. By now, I probably would.
She knew there's evidence on her, and she knew we'd find it. This is typical suspect behavior, why fleeing is always incriminatory.
Perhaps. Ask her if you find her. It won't be easy, though. She made sure of that.
When did she leave?
Friday afternoon, when you first arrived. I got word the RCM was in town. Then she came in to see me. Told me she was leaving. That's when we had our little conversation.
What was she scared of?
I told you. You.
Me? As an RCM?
No, you. As in the cop with the sideburns and the disco clothes.
No wonder she's afraid. To declare the ending of the human experiment. She popped from my singing days. Sorry, God, why does everything... Shadow? Me, I'm just a normal cop with regular thoughts in his head.
Sure. Normal.
He's just felt
You know, when I first saw you limping here, I thought she was paranoid or sniffing her own supply. But now I'm not so sure.
I had a new thought. Let's get white morning. There we go. What else did we tell you about me?
She said you have a funny taste in clothes, and that you won't stop.
Won't
Until
stop.
you have something on her. She said she's heard of you from Jamrock, that you're a human can opener, that you play suspects against each other. Open them up like cans.
Fucking hell. Titus, did he just...
Open Angus up like a can? Yes, he did. Now, we can whine about it, whack him, or we can go on with our lives. I'm having a go on with our lives kind of day, Al. How about you?
It's not an actual question. Silence. He nods.
Juke him and my can open.
You are insistent.
Anything else?
Yeah,
Anything?
there was something else. She wouldn't tell me, though. I could see she wanted to. It was burning on her lips. This caught Titus. This caught Pete. But she was too scared.
Do you have any clues on where Ruby
She's
went?
not far. We know that much. She didn't take her lorry, so she's on foot.
Good fucking luck, man. She knows this place like the back of her hand. You'll never find her.
Yeah, Al. And we won't either.
She's not really a party candidate anymore, is she?
She's not, Glenn.
Have you looked
A
for her?
little. On the coast.
Where have you looked for her? More precisely.
More precisely, on the coast, past the waterlog. She's not here, so I'm thinking she's there.
Can you tell me where on the coast I should start looking?
Sure, there's some shit houses there, a cinderblock town. Fisherfolk there refuse to unionize, so that's one place we haven't looked. I hear they have a shack where junkies sometimes crash. Time for you to step up.
We will start there. One more question. What does Ruby look like?
Boyish. Hair's red. Dyed. She looks like a lorry man.
It's not much, but it'll do.
It'll have to.
Stand out, shake it.
His grip is firm and reassuring, like holding a piece of unpolished granite. Not just granite, tightly packed RCM sergeant material.
Should be a cop, Titus.
When are you gonna get it through your dumb head? I already am. I just wasn't sure you were.
And he still isn't. People aren't afraid of good cops in the way Ruby was afraid of you, he thinks, then turns back to his men. Was that? Could it be the Col de Mama Dakwa? No, it's probably just your imagination ringing.
Is
in
it?
your ear.
Is there a ringing? Listen more
There
closely.
seems to be an extremely high-pitched ring. Ultrasonic. Lena said it was very high-pitched, right? It's like something tickles your ear. Lena also said that it couldn't be heard by any other animal, including humans. What you're hearing must just be a regular bird.
Listen closely
There
first.
it is again. You're about to rediscover a long-lost species.
Keep
It must be
listening.
very close. Maybe, just maybe, it will come toward you. Keep still. It might perch on your shoulder.
Hold very still and hope the bird comes to perch on your shoulder.
Oh no. The sound. It's moving away. Somewhere over there. Go after it. No. Too late. It's gone. There is no ringing anymore. Just the sound of the streets.
No, come back, please. Listen more.
Keep your ears peeled, then. If the species really has migrated to Martinez, you're sure to hear it again.
Fuck. Okay, I'm pretty sure I put a point into empathy earlier, so let me put on this. Let me put on my empathy glasses. Let me equip my empathy book. We're all empathy here.
Still here. Stuck in this damn jam, my
Okay,
man.
I swear to fucking God.
An unfamiliar line. Flecks of brown and gold.
Familiar how?
It's hard to say. His gaze wanders southwest, down the street that goes beyond the horizon.
What's in the southwest?
Excuse me.
We're just gonna...
A flinch jolts his frame. The question has touched a nerve.
Similar since I woke up.
Man, I don't know what to say. Not much anyone can do. There's no helping in absence, you know. I miss my family. They're all I have. My wife, second kid on the way, waiting all the way in Diora. And here I am stuck in this shit, so far from home.
Diora?
Diora of the Seven Seas. It's on the other end of Le Caillou, pretty much. On another island called Laurentire, off mainland. We've got a little place there. Can almost hear my kid laugh when it snows.
What's it like to miss someone?
What's it like? Good. And bad. An ache that brings you joy. I think of them a lot. I dream up these silly scenarios in great detail of living with them. It comforts me. What about you, Cop Man? You missing someone?
Is that what it is? This feeling? No, it's scarier than that. You're pursued by a hunter, smelling of apricots and sorrow, and the past.
I miss someone, but I don't know who it is.
I feel for you, my friend. It's bad enough to know who you miss. Missing like that doesn't feel like it has much of an upside. But, thanks for this. It's nice to talk to someone, and I know it wasn't easy to ask. I hope you find your way through your own troubles. Ah, man. Me and narcotics go way back. Had some good times surfing the psychic waves of my own consciousness, you know? But, those days are behind me. There are other addictions in my life now. Why the inquiry, my man?
Let me be straight with you. I'm trying to figure out who's smuggling drugs out of Terminal
We have
B.
a credible lead, sir. Someone on this roundabout is waiting for a bulk shipment from the harbor to load it on their lorry and drive it to Jamrock.
Not me, man. No way. I don't need any trouble. Shit's bad enough anyway. This jam's got folks up in arms, and I'm afraid it's headed toward a conflagration.
Who do you think could be conducting a drug trade?
Look, man, I try to stay away from the criminal underbelly of Revachol. I'm a guest here. You really need to find another man to probe with those questions.
We wouldn't say he's lying, sire. It's not a lie. It's something else. Impossible to say what at this point, but there's something in him. Some trepidation.
Ah, man. But those days are behind me.
And other addictions
there are
or
other
drug
addictions.
trafficking?
Hey, man, that's serious criminal talk. Are you trying to pull some sort of an entrapment thing on me?
Entrapment is a practice whereby an officer of the law induces a person to commit a criminal offense that the person would have otherwise been unlikely to commit, usually through some trickery, persuasion, or fraud.
And what's your deal here?
We have a credible lead.
Not me, man. No way.
Right, then why are you still hanging around?
Gotta guard the stuff. Bosses don't look kindly on missing cargo. And it gives me time to work on my rhymes.
A rhymesmith? This is quite credible. It goes with its cadence and way of speaking.
Look, man.
We wouldn't say it's not a lie. It's something else. Impossible to say what at this.
I don't think I have anything that gives me conceptualization, do I? Okay, that does. Oh, this is the best I got.
Still here, stuck in this damn jam.
Wait.
Nice.
There's something here, stored away in some dusty corner. It starts like...
A mere temperature is always 0. It is ice in the veins. It's cameras and X-ray.
Whoa. What else?
The chalice held out.
Silent communion. That's good.
It's transfixed by your words. It's partake by switch identity
Dang.
unknown.
That's some great shit. You came up with that yourself.
I think he may think that he'd be an actual poet. I've learned it.
No matter. It's a fine stanza. You're not so bad after all. For a cop. They're more often in the fists than rhymes, see? Let alone honesty in verse.
In a small office behind the old military hospital, hunched under the green glow of his desk light, Officer Hans Blau browses through a test print of his Futurist magazine. It's called The Futurist. The typeface on the header is too small.
I'm just doing what little I can to do right by people.
Well, you've given me some hope, I guess.
You found some common ground with this man. Even impressed him. The next time you look in the mirror, though, remember those words.
Ah, man. What? Those... Hey, man, that's serious criminal...
Entrapment is a practice with...
We have a critic.
Not me, man. No, gotta guard the...
A rhymesmith.
Look, man.
We wouldn't say it's not a lie. It... Why does art inspire you so much?
It does, yes, but what is art?
Excellent question. Art is a diverse range of visual, literary, auditory, and performative creativity. It's an expression of imagination and technical skill. Additionally, it's history, criticism, and pure enjoyment. In short, art is the highest form of human communication, representation, narrative, emotion, and agency intertwine.
How to fit into the art
Have you
program.
looked in the mirror lately? You have the exact features of a savage art critic, with that beard and those clothes, disheveled and prophetic. Perhaps you should try to critique architecture too.
I guess I have been feeling critical lately.
Yes, you seek substance. No vapid representations and reproductions of social mores as made manifest in stuffy biennials. We're talking real, living art here. Become the art cop. Half art critic, half cop.
If 50% art critic is what needs to free me from Roach reputation, then so be it.
Exactly. It's not only your duty to only catch the criminals off the street, you must also apprehend criminals of the printing press and the gallery, the trite and derivative artists and writers of the world. Go ahead and provide savage criticisms, art cop. The world is yours to rip to pieces and reassemble.
I am now the art cop.
That's one brutal motor carriage.
Man, with piss is written on the back.
If I were a real skull now, I'd jack it, paint it in palm tree livery, then bottom light it, neon style.
Opinion wears, oh yeah, elegant slogan, fuck the world.
A snazzy shit-ripped skullmobile like this would make a fine trophy. We could, like, hang fucking shrunken heads from the side mirrors. Cops' heads. Scary tribal shit.
Yeah, tribal shit. A cop carriage like this would have proper skull value.
While I appreciate the interest you take in my brutal motor carriage, I have to stop you right there. The RCM takes threats directed at its property seriously.
It's just theoretical work, Copper. No basis in reality. Man, if we were certified skulls right now...
Skulls. Now there's a strong organizational title.
Who are
I
you?
can tell you who we're not, cop. We're not snitches or skulls.
Which is not to say that the skulls are bitches and... On the contrary.
The part of this presentation you want to take home with you, cop man, is we're not part of the skulls yet.
Okay then, let's indulge in some intellectual exchange. These young men seem eager to share their beliefs.
Do you guys know Sydney the Skull?
Oh yeah, Cindy's a right proper skull.
Yeah, a true artist of the future. Just like Arno van Eyck.
By the way, if you see Cindy, give her our regards.
He adds by returning from whatever void he was just
For
missing.
all their nihilistic posturing, these young men are not lacking in youthful idealism. Odd, there isn't a hint of hate in them. It's like they're piss and fuck the world out of some kind of moral obligation. The lieutenant on your left is unusually lenient toward them.
I see you kids are into erotic dance music.
Oh man, yeah. We're not fucking kids, man.
Be wary of the abyss.
Why?
It's a threat. An impotent threat of violence.
Or is it one bad cop? Isaac, and now there's a conflict of all of a sudden? It's too much.
That's right. You should back off and let silence rule supreme.
This is ridiculous. Boys, do you know why the gang is called Skulls?
Yeah. The skull symbolizes
bud,
the
did you
embrace
eat?
of death and
Did you
nothing,
just munch on some food?
present in
Yes,
all
you
of
did.
us.
That's
The
right,
vehicle
you-
of our
I've got some
future
food. Oh,
operations.
yes, you do.
Death
Yes, you do.
and nothingness.
They're called Skulls because when you are shot dead in the middle of the street, the skull is the only part the stray dogs want to eat.
Just trust me and follow my lead.
Maybe you shouldn't. Boys, want to feed the dogs?
No reply. The blonde rebel scratches his chin, deliberately not focusing his gaze on anything. He looks very uncomfortable. The other one shuffles uncomfortably, nevertheless continuing to steal glances at the lieutenant's motor carriage.
Right, it's confusing. Are you part of Skulls or not?
We're not franchise skulls. Well, not yet. Once we get our name out there,
Boy.
we'll have a chance to join them.
And what makes you think that the organization would accept you?
Because we can be just as psycho and vicious. You'll see.
Continue.
But in a non-threatening and definitely legal way.
Dylan quickly adds and whispers something to his
Right
friend.
on, fuck. So what's happening now?
Alright, there are more Skulls or Martinez?
The Union does their share of policing in Martinez, at least where gangs are concerned. That's why there isn't much organized crime around here.
Apart from the unions themselves, of course.
Don't you worry about that. We're gonna make up for the deficit.
Yeah, we are.
Enough about the story then. Do you know anything about the murder that took place?
Murder?
Man was hanged in the backyard of the Whirling Rags.
Yeah, sure. We'll gladly tell you everything we know about it. It was a man.
Also, he was hanged.
Fuck around, I'm the law.
He was hanged from a tree.
Yeah, I mean, duh.
These punks don't know anything. Let's just move along.
Hey, stop right there. How does one know anything?
Ah, this sounds like epistemology. A field so occupied by thought that it begins to question thought itself.
I know that you don't know shit.
Exactly. How can one know shit? For example, how can one be sure that there truly is a body hanging behind a hostel?
What if it's art? Or just a mere specter?
Maybe it's true. The hanged man is merely a prop in a performance. We are the audience, and the artist is hiding somewhere in the dark.
Yes, that could be the case. Yes, a brilliant work of
No
art.
reply. The blonde rebel scratches his chin, deliberately not focusing his gaze on anything. He looks very uncomfortable.
What happened? Do you happen to know what happened to the victim's armor?
Nope. But Cindy does.
Don't tell him that. Skulls don't tattle, man. Cindy wouldn't.
You already said she's a skull. The last I saw her, she was hanging around the old apartment building near the pier.
Just don't tell her you heard it from Piss and Fuck, alright? I think she wanted those gloves for herself. Be cool, man. Okay?
All right, we have a lead on the gloves.
With the jackets.
What about them?
Why does your jacket have written on
Well,
the back?
first off, it's a statement and not necessarily something that characterizes me as a person, even though the statement has character. And I do like piss. The word piss epitomizes the struggle taking place in the world. Things being defined as they seem, not as they are. And, I guess, it's also about communal spirit, the future, and truly appreciating our differences. Also, you've got to admit, it catches the eye. And since the Grand Piper is slowly but steadily moving towards basing the economy on it, attention, it is imperative that the medium itself convey the message.
Makes sense.
What I mean by this is, we are all pissed, and that the world is inherently meaningless.
It seems that the young man has a certain expertise in at least one field. even if it's rather narrow.
Okay, man. Why do you ever fuck the world written on your jacket?
Like I said before, many men keep searching for the one, for so-called true love, which is actually just obsession masquerading as kinship. The thrill of the chase, the hollowness that fills your chest cavity after catching it.
I'm wondering if the poetics come with the jacket, or are they derived from something else entirely?
To catch a fish, you'll need to hurl the lure many times, and even then it isn't certain that you'll get anything. If you blow up the lake, though,
it's a terrible
you
metaphor.
get more fish in a shorter time. And, for time is of the essence and fleeting ever so quickly, one must think of a way to fuck the whole world and not get caught up in fucking some one. Because when one fucks everything, he fucks nothing. And that, to me, feels glorious. Sticking your dick into the void.
Hate to admit it, but in a weird way, he's got a point. Is it a coincidence that here we have 2 badass jackets and 2 badass cops?
Hey, Ken.
Yes?
What do you think about the jackets?
Leather jackets adorned with immature writing? The ideology they convey helps the boys justify poor choices in life and fashion. I'm not a fan.
Why are you always so patronizing when cool possibilities cross
What
our
are you
path?
implying?
Which one would you wear?
I'm not sure I understand you, detective.
Are you more of a piss or a fuck the world kind of guy?
Neither.
Come on, game. It's just a mental
Fine.
exercise.
If only to end this discussion. Theoretically, if I were a juvenile delinquent, if I were to already be down that path, I think peace is the stronger of the 2 statements.
That works. I feel more like a fuck the world kind of guy.
Seems about right, especially considering your heroic exit attempts.
That's an origin story for a dynamic duo right there.
So are we done here? Or you don't need us around for your secret whisper party, do you?
I can increase my stats. I have half-light things. I have a half-light thing. That's a -1. Do I have anything else that's lowering half-light at all? Equip this to impress yourself.
That ride is...
Hey, piss. Look who it is.
No,
yes!
no. Don't ask anything. Be subtle and scary. The boys dream about being skulls. Use that.
I guess you're gonna skull kings in no time. Wait, how?
Suggest they're massive skulls. Come on.
What? No. Skulls don't have kings. I think. And we're not even in yet.
Yeah, man, keep your voice down. Skulls don't take it lightly when folks pretend to be them. We're not even prospects yet.
Prospect must be a hierarchical term. Probably in the lower end.
Raise your voice. Not every not.
Hamburgers, huh?
Oh, these fine to be kings?
You boys are ambitious. Only prospects and already planning a coup in the skulls. You're destined to go far.
He gets it. Passive-aggressive flattery.
Shut the fuck up. Are you trying to get us killed?
Now bring it to the jackets and, yes, start shouting.
Yes, we want to be cool skull killers like you guys, but we don't have skull jackets.
Please be quiet. What? What do you want? The jackets?
Not much is left in the nihilist rebel at this point.
You got it. No need for cruelty.
Offer us your jacket like that? Being polite to refuse.
Oh, man. Okay. I get it. Skulls don't really wear slogans anyway. This was stupid.
Fuck.
Is there hamburger meat? Check. Go check.
The lieutenant watches the boys take their jackets off with mild amusement.
No, I'm just saying, go check.
I'm absolutely okay with not having either one, thank you.
Why not? They're a pair. We could really raise hell. Go undercover hard.
This case doesn't require us to go undercover or raise hand. In fact, I don't think the jackets will be useful at all. I just wanted them to not have them anymore.
Cold-hearted cop.
Still, it's good to know we have a pair just in case the need arises.
The need will not arise.
The jackets are meant to complete each other. If a man was standing alone on a street corner with his written on his back, it'd just be an individual that has taken a liking to urine. And fuck the world all on its own is, frankly, generic.
I don't know, Eric. It's cold out.
Stands to defeat in the
Yeah, let's get out of here. The cops fucked us.
Yes?
Plus one drama, minus one authority. Nice. Get absolutely wrecked, kids. Okay. Most important thing I wanted to do, though, is, first off, dump my cans.
The tear machine. Your bottles.
Next up,
You see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath a display of croissant.
Here you go.
fire raincoat.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine.
Okay, here, okay, okay, here, okay, here, okay, here. I hope, okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something. Okay, here, okay, here, okay, okay, here, okay, 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 here, okay, here, okay.
Thanks for the healing, friend! Oh, wait. And now I probably never have to worry about healing ever again. And I can probably make a lot more stupid decisions. It's a win-win. Okay, let me look at my to-do list. Most of these have gone down. Click on came and ask him about your case.
Yes? What do you want to know? Ah, yes. The case brief you missed. Now I remember. 3 days ago, the RCM Emergencies Desk received a report about a security guard who was found hanged in Martinez. An anonymous caller said there was a dead body behind the Whirling in Rags hostel cafeteria. The cadaver had been there for 4 days. No one had come to investigate. During that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. The caller did not identify him, but used the word lynching.
I don't know.
There is an ongoing labor dispute between the local dock workers
I just feel like
and
I
the
was making good
logistics
progress. I was
company
getting stuff done. I have a lot of things that could turn in.
should approach the death as part of this dispute.
I stole some jackets off of some people. Ain't that cool?
Sure.
It says piss, bad word on it, and fuck the world. Why didn't we know anything about this?
They, classier as we've come to suspect, didn't identify themselves in any way. The tone was muffled using a device of some sort. The desk could identify neither the caller's age nor sex. There's a strong prejudice against involving the RCM in what's seen as union matters. The dock workers union is the de facto police in Martinez. Now it appears they've started executing too. We cannot allow that.
Of course, yes, I understand.
Just to be clear, we are police officers. It's our job to find the killer. That's good.
Okay, what else can we do? We wish to run the serial number. Serial number. Yeah, do I have to re-talk to this guy again?
Looking for something, Wont? Come to tell me to. Drugs? You know where that shit... They know they can't beat us in a fair fight. So they have to get us to weaken ourselves somehow. It's racial sabotage, racial economy. Oh, I don't go for that foreign piss. Proper booze is made in Mundi. Or sometimes, I like a dram of the Yugograd vodka. Koikos and worse much, but they do no booze.
Not smuggling drugs out of my nays.
Not in, not out.
So you're telling us that you don't know anything about drug smuggling through Terminal B?
I don't know shit. And if I did, I wouldn't tell you. What do you think?
There was a bunch of spilled boxes in the back of it.
Yeah, I knew that since you left.
If they were getting drunk inside the whirling in rags, how could they know who broke into the lorry?
If you were all the willing, how do you know it was? You broke into the lorry.
What? Aren't we allowed to say that he's a kips who do all the stealing around here? That's not road science, man. Isn't it obvious? Fucking Sealang. That beady-eyed South Samaran. His little side business is a scam. I wouldn't be surprised if he was peddling drugs as well.
You sure it's him and not, say, a lady driver?
Sure, I'm sure. His tribe are natural liars. It's in their blood.
No, it's Ruby running this ring, like Titus alluded to. But play along for now. Find out what everyone knows first. Sealing is your next lead.
Guess so.
Now can I talk to him?
Make way for the master poet.
No, he's not Sealing. Oh wait, Sealing's down here. I'm stupid. He's the guy selling clothes. For some reason I thought that guy was Sealing. I'm a special kind of dumb.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
The speakers below are banged up and worthless. The sneakers triumph over them.
Super cool! Now the premium...
The sneakers seem to vibrate in your hands with an almost mystical energy.
The junk is yours, officer. You keep coming back. That's good, officer. Keep browsing those clothes. Keep saving that economy.
Hmm.
The shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer. 100% guarantee.
Nice. Ah, I see a pair of utter blue shades. Straight on the left temple says sub-insulin overdose. The frame appears to be handcrafted out of bone.
Oh, very interesting choice, officer. Very high culture.
This is how a sea monster sees the world. You've become a sea monster, Harry. Giant, hidden, and strangely tender at heart. All is blue.
Wow, officer. You look so cool.
Thank you. The Street Fighter has picked up the pace again as you observe the world through the deep blues.
And they can be yours for a mere
Sea-tinted
3 real.
lenses.
My regular customers have passed them all up because they've got no taste. But you found them.
Kim, what about these?
The lieutenant tilts his head and steps back, eyes narrowed in a thorough examination. It's a case to him.
You look like a musician. Like a blind musician. But you could do worse. Take them if you want.
A man who a good start, sporty and practical, officer. You keep coming back. You won't regret it, officer.
Get up my composure.
The shine on the... Everything's still cool here, officer.
What's your sense of drugs?
I don't go in for that, officer. Drugs ruin lives. Unless you're into drugs, of course. In which case, drugs are excellent. Mwah! Tasty, tasty drugs.
I'm super into drugs.
Very cool. A lot of the coolest detectives do drugs. Sadly, I don't have any drugs on sale. Or at my home, or on my person.
Nice, you don't like drugs.
That's cool. Especially after you already said you're into them. All the coolest detectives in the movies do drugs. And are very conflicted about it. Still, no drugs here.
We're looking for a lorry driver who's transporting drugs out of the harbor. He or she is in this traffic
That's
jam.
even cooler. You investigating that and all. But I am not a lorry driver. I'm just a street vendor. I don't know anything about that.
A blatant lie, sire. Yet he tells it with such conviction. We'd believe him if we didn't know better.
But you are a lorry man. Another driver has identified you and your lorry.
Who said that? It's the fat racist, right? I bet it's him. He has an agenda against me because I'm an immigrant who works harder than he does. He's a hater.
So you admit you're a lorry driver?
No, I just said I work harder and he's an asshole. I'm...
Realizing he can't get out of it. Smart man.
Okay, maybe I'm a lorry driver too. A little. But that's not the most important thing about me. That's my day job. This is my dream.
So you were embarrassed to tell me?
No, I just forgot. It's such a small part of my life. It's in the rear view mirror now. I'm climbing out of that hole. With ingenuity.
Stop scrumming. What do you know about the drugs operating at the harbor?
Nothing. I told you. I'm not a dumb guy. I don't get involved with that crowd.
And what crowd is that?
Crowd. You know, the drug crowd.
No, he wasn't talking about an abstract crowd. It was that crowd. He doesn't want to talk about them. He's afraid.
Who are you afraid of?
Look, there's bad people doing bad things here. That's all I know. Please don't get me into this mess. I've spent 15 years working my way up.
Here we go. There's a tiny bit of truth on the table. Zoom in on it.
What buddy's name? Help me out. No one has
It's
to
a
know.
she, okay? The other drivers call her the lady driver. You're better off staying away from her. The way they talk about her, she's no lady.
There you go. A witness with corroborating evidence. It's Ruby.
Could her name be Ruby by any chance?
I don't know. I told you. I don't know her name.
Who are the... She talk.
All of them. I don't know. I told you all I know. Are we cool now? I really want us to be cool now.
Who exactly is talking about this lady driver of yours? The racist or the other one with the tattoos?
All of them. Even the ones who've left. I don't hang out with them. I don't
Oops.
know. Maybe. If she is, I haven't gone near her. I don't get involved. I told you.
No, it's still Ruby. Interesting that he doesn't seem aware of her existence, though.
All
you're cool now.
right.
Later, bud. Now we talk to him.
Make way for the master poet.
I heard that one of our drivers is a woman, but I don't. Here, do you know?
I don't want to
driver?
talk about that.
This guy knows Ruby, no doubt. Just play dumb for now. Get everything out of him you can.
Probably, but I need your help. She may be involved with the drug
I
business.
was hoping it isn't going to be her.
Who's she to
A
you?
friend? An
Oops.
acquaintance. I don't know. She was the only person in this damn jam I could talk to. She's someone I don't want to rat out to the law, okay?
All I can say is she isn't around here anymore. She isn't some evil drug trafficker, and I don't know where she is. Now you're saying you do.
I didn't, man. I told you I was hoping it's not her. That she wouldn't be mixed up in it.
He still is, hoping. It's just wishful thinking on his part, not trickery. It's true. We would of course a lie, but a kind heart is tricky. Bah, emotional rhetoric. He knew something and he didn't share it with you. That's a fact.
This person, what's her name?
Thank God I don't know. People here call her the lady driver. She kept her name a secret. From me too. Now I see why.
What she
A
look
youngish woman. Gruff, but in a cool way.
What color hair?
Blue and violet. Died. It was violet when she got here. Blue before she went.
Then she may have dyed it again. Maybe she dyed it red. Titus said Ruby's hair is red.
When did she leave?
Damn, I don't want to... Please just let it go. Whatever she did, it can't be that bad. She's not a bad person. I know that much.
We can't just let it go. It's part of a police investigation.
That's how it always is with you, isn't it? All part of the investigation. The girl's troubled. If you hunt her down, she may not survive it. I can't have that on my conscience.
It won't come to that. We won't pursue her on this. This is information only.
I don't believe you.
She was troubled.
She's got the darkness in her. That young person's darkness when you think it's all over. And you're looking for a way out.
She shared this with you?
Yes. Which is why I don't want to snitch on her.
It's not snitching, it's just a few questions.
It's snitching, man. I know what it is.
I was told everyone's afraid of her. You're not?
I heard the rumors. I saw the other drivers looking at me strange when we talked. And she told me, too, that she's had a violent life. But I wasn't afraid of her. More like for her.
Did this violent life include drug trafficking?
Well, it looks like it did now. But we didn't talk about that. We talked about life, you know? She talked about her mind.
When she left, did she leave her boy behind?
Go grill someone else with these questions, okay? There are plenty of drivers here who couldn't stand her, or were afraid of her. They'd be more than happy to rat her out.
Maybe she knows something. Wait, this guy says they're friends, then acquaintances, and he's okay with others ratting her out. Push Tommy and it will break his heart and his spirit. Don't expect you to be pals.
No. Want your hands dirty?
Fine. I don't want to be a butcher. And I don't want to be a knight either. I just want to be a person who can sleep at night. A little fame wouldn't hurt too. You're not going to put a bullet in your head if you blow it, are you? Because she's on the edge, man.
She's a suspect, and I need you to tell me where she is or I can't finish the investigation.
I thought you were a different kind of cop.
Something breaks in him as he stares into your
The
eyes.
realization that you've used his friendliness and goodwill for your own ends.
Where's the lady driver? He's a Kiwi.
The keys to a motor lorry. Pretty complex. Looks like a chain lock.
Her lorry's still here. Down past the Statue of Philippe. The cabin is green. You can get in there with these. That's all I know.
When did she leave?
Last Friday.
Blinks, his eyes half empty. Dale's like, where's she
No.
now?
I don't know.
Why'd you give
She
you the
left
keys?
them to me. Because she trusted me. So I can get it out of the way when the jam breaks loose. Otherwise...
The other drivers would have to tow it or break in to get the machines moving.
If they break in, they would find what's hidden inside. Something incriminating.
Sorry, I do
I
this.
bet you are.
And he's sorry he couldn't be what he wants to be. A good person. His last line, his revenge on the world.
One more thing about
Now,
Dale's.
I need to think my own thoughts now. Pray forgiveness for my sins. Go check your cabin. I hope it gets you something. Help someone.
Okay, let's go on down here. Let us check out this cabin now.
This green found, A to Z, contemporaire, is parked in the shadow of the ruins looming overhead. It's seen better days.
This is the one our man pointed to.
Lieutenant peeks inside. Try to peek in the window.
The glass on the side windows is tinted and covered with dust. You can barely make out the shape of the seat and two steering levers.
Try the door handle.
The door is locked. The handle looks shiny, like it's recently replaced. There's no picking this lock. The owner has put special care into it. It's a recessed design.
Unlock the door with the key.
You push the key into the lock and turn. It makes a cracking sound. Then the door pops back a few centimeters. You can just... The smell of cigarettes and perfume welcomes you. The cabin inside is plastered with old movie posters. Actresses smile from the walls. There's a radio transmitter in the front and a toolbox tucked under the driver's seat. Some tools lie scattered near the pedals.
Pull out the
metallic
toolbox.
drawer slides out from the seat. It's empty, except for a folded newspaper.
Unfold the
It's
newspaper.
an issue of Petit Féric from last Wednesday. A piece of paper falls out from its pages.
Pick up the
It
note.
looks like an article ripped out from a radio enthusiast magazine. Complex mathematical equations explain the basics of something called the Ulan frequency system.
The Ulan frequency system? I've never heard of that before. I know of FM, AM, UKV, but...
It's true. It's not true.
Pull out toolbox slides back into its nest.
Check the
You
pedals.
wedge yourself under the steering wheel to get a better look. Seems like the few tools lying around here, a hammer, a pair of pliers, a rusty wrench, have been casually thrown there by the disorganized driver. But one odd detail does catch your eye. A piece of sandpaper has been glued to the throttle. Sandpaper adds extra grip.
Look, the driver glued a piece of sandpaper to a throttle to offer some extra grip.
Sandpaper? A novel technique?
Sandpaper would also rub off the pattern from the driver's right boot sole.
Yes?
He likes
Do
how this
the
is going.
honors, he thinks. Connect it yourself.
One of the footprints at the crime scene had an abrasion. One sole was smoother than all the
Which
others.
means that the missing lady driver was present at the lynching.
Lieutenant's eyes light up behind description that so Ruby really is running a complex operation out of her
At
lawyer.
least we can now ask Titus some concrete questions about it.
The movie stars are still smiling from the walls. The radio transmitter sits on the center console and a faint smell of perfume is in the air.
Admire the posters.
These are movie posters featuring starlets from long-forgotten films from the 20s, the teens, even the 90s of the last century. One of them particularly catches your eye, a centerfold of an ingenue attached right above the back seat.
Study the
actress
centerfold.
is draped in a sheathed dress, one of her shoulders bared. The faded remains of an autograph run across the poster. She's looking past the camera. This is Tip Tijon, a starlet from the dawn of cinematography, less known for her talent than her tragic, untimely death.
What happened to
She
her?
wasted away in a drug den called the Door to the River, not far from here, on Boogie Street. A mixture of cocaine and morphine. She was afraid of the world, and the camera, too.
Enough of the posters.
The actresses and the rare actor all smile you a warm goodbye. A radio transmitter is attached to the dashboard, and a toolbox sits under the driver's seat.
Examine the
Looks
radio.
like the frequency dial is absent. It requires a key to work, but the key has been removed, likely by the missing lady driver.
Strange. There are so many radio stations saved here. Must be over 100 at least.
Why would anyone need so many stations?
For contacting an entire fleet of lorrymen, for example. This is all shortwave, UW and UKV. Looks like we are dealing with an impressive organizational tool. The nerve center of a huge operation, with quite a range too.
A 20-kilometer radius at least, perhaps extended by an attachable antenna that's not here right now.
Is there anything we could do with the radio?
Doesn't look like it. It's completely inoperable without the dial key.
The smell of 1,000 echoes the rusty old...
Great. I think we got everything. A word, detective? Before we return to Joyce?
What's up, friend?
All right, we're finished here. Let's quickly debrief and go over what we found, so we don't do it in front of the company rep.
Seems like something police would do. What do you think of all this, kid?
Honestly, I'm quite worried by what we've seen so far. The evidence seems to point to a rather extensive and well-organized operation.
You don't say.
I'm especially intrigued by that radio transmitter, particularly the sheer number of stations it can connect. Looks like this alleged drug trade casts a wide net.
This means it's well-funded. Technology like that, a major player must be financing it.
I'm not sure what the Ulan frequencies are all about, but they may hold some significance. Perhaps it's a better way to connect between fleets while avoiding frequency bleed, or maybe it's used to tap into RCM networks. And last but not least, it's Ruby's cabin we found. This is an undeniable connection to the Union.
You might have been right about Ruby. She's like, it's like one of the poster girls in the cabin.
Perhaps you're right. This is one connection I find a little dubious, to be honest. I prefer not to profile people's emotions. Perhaps it's because I'm not very good at it, but...
Actually, he's not bad at it at all. He just doesn't like flimsy connections, especially of this kind.
You're neck deep for everything around here, isn't it?
One way or another, they seem to be. Logistically, if nothing else. But don't expect to bust this open during our stay here. At best, this is an angle we can use against them, to other ends, as extra ammunition.
Will the RCM open an investigation into this?
We should return to the murder case, see what Joyce tells us about the lynching. When we are done for the day, I call my station and suggest our narcotics department look into it.
Alright.
There are more than enough grounds to start an official investigation, sometime later when we are done here. We do not want to get caught in that.
He starts to think, what do you think?
The fact that one hasn't started already gives me pause. An investigation, I mean. Especially if the Madrid grouping is involved, and I can't imagine they aren't. It's certainly worrisome.
Corruption.
All the same, I don't like the idea of internal affairs descending on the matter. That won't help anyone either.
Okay,
debrief over. After you.
First off, let us talk to good old Sydney.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire
Well, said
my
their
morals?
best.
I don't believe it. I've never known those boys to have manners.
The bemusement in her voice doesn't fully mask genuine tenderness.
I hold you in high esteem.
They'll never be skulls, but their hearts are in the right place.
Oh, can I be a skull?
Fat chance. But you can still do your part to revitalize the neighborhood.
Okay, then how's
She
that?
throws you a conspiratorial glance, then presses her finger to her lips and squints up at the sky, as though straining to hear something in the distance.
Have you noticed the quiet? Every so often, you might hear a gunshot pierce the air somewhere in Jamrock. But in Martinez, no gunshots, no sirens. The people are languishing in boredom and complacency. This place is a sepulchre. We'll paint it red. We bring the raucous. You bring the sirens.
Do you have any idea what happened to the Hangman's armor?
What do I care about some fucking tin eggshells?
Wait, you don't... How I know to ask you?
Not particularly. I want to keep this as brief as possible, you see. I want to return to painting the world red.
Piss and Fox told me.
Fine. I don't care about those wannabe skulls. And I don't care about your armor.
The wannabe skulls are dear to her. The armor, less so.
My art for the, body?
Oh, alright, Piggy. I'll give you this one. I saw a little girl in the fishing village running around with military-grade handwear. Looked cute as hell.
Could that girl have been little Lily? It's not a bad place to start.
I know a little girl in the village.
Could have been her. Small kid with giant white armored hands. If you've seen one of them, you've seen them all.
Alright. Nah. Well, let's go. What does it say? To the village on the coast, officer. See you there, Joyce. Okay. What other things do I have to do? Give that man back his jacket. Talk to the wife. Go into the thing. See.
I don't know how to cook hamburgers now.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
I know it goes better if you come back at night because it looks better in the dim light too. So that should be a pretty good bonuses. Wait, can't I fast travel with the map? I wonder, does time pass if I do this though? Because it's 13 now. Nope.
Hello, mister.
Hi, there was a girl here with armored gloves. Is that you?
Oh, I had gloves. Very big ones. Heavy, too.
Where did you get these gloves?
Found them when Lemmy and I were playing hide and seek. In an empty house. Where no one lives. I think someone hid them there.
She doesn't want you to think she stole them.
And where are the gloves
I
now?
hid them. The twins were gonna take them. They're stupid.
We are going to need those gloves. It's for important police business.
He incites the last two words carefully.
Oh.
He doesn't seem to understand, but Lieutenant Tone has conveyed to her the important
They're
part.
in my sandcastle. Behind our house. Under the sand. You can break the castle. It's not very good.
Let me try.
Yes, I am. Little Lily. You know my mom?
Yes, you were earlier.
That's nice. My mom is great. She's never angry or anything.
Are you in the movie?
Luby. Raluby. My mom tells me I'm a big girl, but she doesn't know that I can't say Earl. Or like, sometimes I can, but then Uller.
Kids.
It's adorable.
Bye!
weather has not been kind to Lily's little sandcastle. The once mighty towers are quickly eroding away. You can see something shining back to you from what must have been a vast underground catacomb network.
The little castle? The reigning lord must have come upon some really tough times to let it sleep in such decrepitude.
Which to the catacombs apart the shiny object.
The walls and floors give way to the giant's greed, collapse and present you with a pair of ceramic gauntlets.
Congratulations. That's the gauntlets down then. We're doing good on the armor collection front.
What did the gloves give me? +2 interfacing. That's what I like to see.
As you fold your fingers into a fist, you realize you could knock anyone out with one punch. The white ceramic gloves wrap around your digits comfortably.
I will be responsible with this. This is just to protect me from harm, not to show
The
off.
hardened vitreous enamel, at once sleek and voluptuous, adds a glow to your cheeks and a spring to your step. Just imagine what a full suit of this stuff could do for you. You really do feel more confident. Invulnerability does that. Even partial invulnerability.
This is a long sought after enemy technology. I can't just enjoy it. I must study it.
Remember, this is a highly specialized kinetic redistributor meant to stop bullets. Wear it. Observe its properties. See if there's a weakness in the design. For the day you have to fight someone covered in the same material. The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it.
Kids, have you seen bad people?
I don't think questioning 4-year-olds without their parents present is gonna crack the case.
Then we're definitely doing
Then we're definitely doing it. Your
Yes.
sister? Okay.
Yes,
This one doesn't say anything.
Lily's our mum.
And he said
The
that.
stone kicker laughs suddenly. His head is too large for his shoulders. The other one laughs as well. Wow, so intellectually stimulating.
Children are stupid.
You're stupid.
Okay, how about the policeman? Snow.
Okay.
Hey, Mr. Doomer.
Tequila sunset.
Found your jacket.
Ah, tequila. I knew you'd come through. That's fucking great, man.
Give him the
Let
jacket.
me see. What? This isn't my jacket. My jacket was beautiful. This is fucking filthy. What am I supposed to do with this?
What do you expect? You left it outside for a week.
I'm not taking a disgusting pile of hobo rags. I may be in an irrecoverably decaying orbit, but I've still got standards. Either bring it back the way it was before, or find a dumpster.
You know, despite the guano, it looks like the jacket itself is stain resistant. It may just need a good scrubbing.
Tuscus lady.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't
This
keep
jacket,
you up
that's
at
filthy.
night.
Could you wash it
I
for me?
can wash it for you. But it's going to take about a half an hour. Think you can stay put for that long?
I could use a breather. It's
Well, hand it over then, and I'll see what I can do. Must say, I'm proud of this one. It's pretty nice underneath all that filth.
It's a joke.
I hope you
Some
take
kind of
better
cheater.
care of it than its last owner.
You have red-haired woman named Ruby?
I haven't seen anyone lately.
Okay, but do you know who I'm talking about?
This is my little cinder block town. I know what goes on around here.
She's being evasive. She knows something.
There was a murder in Martinez. She might be a suspect. We would appreciate your help.
Would you now? I know how this world works, and it doesn't work when people tell on each other.
you know something. We're here to help.
Aye, that you are, Dark Omen. Help yourselves and your organization. Help the storm clouds gather on the horizon.
I see you know something, but you've decided not to
There's
tell us?
not much to tell. People come and go. Now, what?
I see, ma'am. I hope you don't mind if we look around anyway.
You should look around your shack. Maybe she's rented it out to others too.
+1 aim, +1 half light, -1 drama.
Tequila sunset. My jacket?
Yeah, the one you had me clean the seagull shit
A
off
look
of.
of consternation crosses the man's face. He looks at you, then at his bottle, then back at you.
What the fuck are you talking about, Tequila?
So you're saying... The fuck are you talking about?
Rosemary, what the fuck is Tequila talking about?
Aye, that's the jacket you stole 2 weeks ago. From the kid who was making it with his gal on the beach.
That's disgusting. I've never done anything like that in my life. You're both delusional. Found. That's medium concept stuff.
It becomes abundantly clear to you how this man managed to lose his keys, business, friends, and girlfriend. I'm calling it. It's neurological.
Some dark shit to get this for you. Take the fucking jacket.
You know what? Fine. Maybe I can pawn it for some booze.
Aye, good thinking.
Jesus, okay, fine. It's internalized the Fairweather T500.
The door has seen better days.
I'll wait
Unlock
outside to give you some time and privacy to check out your new living arrangement and look for any signs of Ruby. But just so you know, after we are done with the day, I'll still be staying in the Whirling in Rags for the night. We'll meet in front of the shack in the morning.
The key turns with a satisfying click. You can enter the shack now.
Ooh.
On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, a small hand mirror. A straight razor soaks inside the wash basin. The water reflects back a vague image of your face. Nose bulbous and red, hair unkempt, wrinkles lining the eyes and forehead. The stash is gigantic. A fresh start looms ahead. Clean yourself up and be born anew.
Forward to creek under your step.
On the table, you see a bowl of water. Your hand trembles as you scratch your cheek. Oh no, that's not how a grown man shaves.
To sharpen up, scrape harder.
Stop, for crying out loud. You're gonna cut your own throat.
I need to shave the chops.
Your hand refuses to move another millimeter. A small trickle of blood runs down your cheek.
Did I have any clothes I could have put on for coordination? I did, and now I want to reload. Because I decided to not, like, immediately back out and min-max, but now I want to. Got to 72% chance, so, like, with that 72% chance, like, it wouldn't be that hard. Even if I did up it, like, by 1 point. So, my odds are even better. I swear to fucking God if my game just decided to crash right now. cozy. Okay, there we go.
The door has...
I'll wait outside to give you after we...
Yep.
Key.
Give me my cool fucking shoes. And my cool fucking jacket. It's time to get my shave on.
On the table, you see a bowl of water, like an artist with a brush or a master swordsman. You use the small mirror and the straight razor with some soap
I'm about to be.
remove all that unkempt hair from below the nose line. The sharp blade chafes against your skin, producing a scratching sound. The surface underneath the beard feels tender, the air brushing against it chilly.
Oh, this was the right
Beneath
decision.
the damp sprouts a new vigor, like you've discarded some bad decisions. It feels as though you've passed through a ritual, emerged from cold water, even.
Was shaving
The
the right
water
call?
reflects back a vague image of your clean-shaven face. Despite the bulbous nose, unkempt hair, and persistent swelling, you look a little younger, maybe. You almost look like a professional.
Bird watching.
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see your reflection in it. The expression fixed to your clean-shaven face. You're still not accustomed to it.
Do I have anything that boosts my electrochemistry?
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see
Oh, those clothes coming in clutch right
the
now.
expression fixed to your clean-shaven face. You're still not. It's like something snaps at you.
20.
A nerve ending. A thought. A sadness. Your face in the mirror is suddenly clean of the layer that had distorted it for God knows how long. Just like that, it's over. The running gag that your life had become. A sad old man looks back at you.
My man's no longer smiling. It's getting rid of the inspection, truly the right call.
An old mirror hangs on the wall. The bed is comforting, if a
Yes?
So.
Yes.
I shaved.
I don't know what to say. Perhaps.
Still did it. What did it?
No, it's okay, I guess. I may have preferred the mutton chops. They sort of seem to cover the.
Yeah, damage. He means damage.
Either way, good on you. You were saying?
I see you haven't left our little Martinez yet. Still running around.
Still have a case to solve.
I guess you do. What's on your mind, Officer Harry?
Looking for Sam, actually.
Who?
For a suspect might stay in the neighborhood.
When did this person stay here?
Very recently, over the past few days, she might have arrived Friday.
I've been out on the sea for most of the past week. The weather's been good for fishing, so I usually start at 4 in the morning.
Really?
Yes, that's the optimal time. Got to make the most of the calm. I've been sleeping like a corpse after. The sea really takes its toll. Now I'm just waiting for the wind to settle to get out there again. Sorry I couldn't help you out. Maybe I can help you find someone else.
Well,
how can I assist you then, officer?
Busy. Well, I think now seems like a good enough time to stop for today. Oh, I still have to wash your dirty jacket for him. Wait. Did I already inspect the trap? Oh, because I couldn't talk to them, I kinda... Right. Okay, fine. There's a few things I need to get done first. First off, you.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope I can.
I could use a breather.
Well, merci. Nay.
Because she's blind.
This is short.
She's being
There was a murder.
Would you now? I know how this works. No. There's not.
I see now.
You should look around your shack. Maybe she's...
Oh, now I can look at this.
As you look at the floorboards in this corner of the shack, it's clear one of them isn't quite level with the others. The edge of a floorboard next to it looks scratched. Hollow space underneath the floorboards is dark and damp. You can barely make out the mixture of sand and sawdust, but nothing particular catches your eye. Looks like more reeds. There might be something hidden inside the sand, though. You stick your hand in and start combing through the sand. Dry, not like outside. Fine dust. And then, something hard wrapped in paper.
What is it?
A small cylindrical object. You pull it out. A bullet. A 9mm bullet, to be exact. Fit for all muzzle loaders of that caliber. The floorboard doesn't care. But maybe the washerwoman does. You have enough to confront her with. It's extra ammunition. She's locked and loaded, ready to fight some cops. Holding the bullet, you get the feeling this isn't ammunition against you. It's for herself.
Okay.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night.
Where's the bullet?
Damn that girl.
A bullet?
The lieutenant turns to you and gives you a little nod, then turns to the washerwoman.
You didn't put it there, did you? She did.
Gone and hid things in there? She's usually a good tenant, and not a stupid one either.
You rented the room to her?
Yes. I let my room to that Ruby girl.
She speaks slowly, whirling out a rag. After a long silence, her hand moves into the water bucket. Some water sloshes over the edge.
As I've done before when she's been in trouble or just looking for solitude. I've made it clear. We welcome all kinds of people here.
When was
She
this?
came last Friday,
Oh.
left on Monday
I know,
in a
boy, I
hurry.
should stop playing.
What has she gotten herself into? That girl.
She seems genuinely worried about her previous tenant. She's seen her hiding out from trouble before. But this seems different.
That's for the police to find out. Right there. Please answer each question to the best of your ability. I'm sure we have a few.
Jesus, we have a lot of questions. But after use the restroom, finish up this question, return the fucking jacket, and then a couple other things. Really? That's the price I pay for drinking soda. Anyway. Said she left on Monday.
Yes, early with the dogs. Around 8 o'clock, I think.
She probably heard the lieutenant's Kanema drive by, and it woke her up, just like it did you.
Kim, she must have heard your...
Yes. That is a downside of having a 130 kilowatt engine. It lets the bad guys know when you are coming.
There's a few things I could probably upgrade that would come in a bit handy. Or do I add a new thought? I didn't put on the thing. God damn it! Is room exactly as she left it?
I cleaned it, like I always do.
Is there anything else
No.
there?
The truth, sire.
What is she like? Ruby?
She's good company. Knows how to talk to an old woman. At my age, you don't get a lot of quality conversation. So I really appreciate that about her.
Did she talk to you much during her last stay?
No, she was mostly silent this time. Kept to herself.
What do you
She
mean?
tried not to let it show. But I could tell she hadn't come to fish. Usually she likes to cast a few lines. But this time she mostly stayed in her room.
Why do you think she left the bullet there?
How would I know? She's a gruff one, but not violent. She doesn't go around toting a gun.
It's back towards.
You could ask her about your hunch, that it was a desperate measure. See if she thinks Ruby fits the bill.
Possible explanation, man.
Aye. Do tell.
An exit plan?
Exit from what?
This?
The lieutenant stops writing for a moment. He looks at you, then at the old woman.
No, she's a fighter.
She really believes that.
She's having a drink of anger issues. You ever witness that kind of behavior?
Nothing of the sort. Sure, she was no stranger to the bottle. She fit in that way. But I only knew her to have a beer on the beach while watching the sunset. She isn't what you call a drunk. Even offered me some from time to time. Said it was part of the communal life. But I never saw her lose control of herself, the way some people do.
Does she have any technical equipment with her, like radio stuff?
Not that I know of, though she was into nice music. She once showed me a few mixtape millions she'd made.
She busts your forehead with the back of her hand, or just to the back?
Although I guess she was pretty handy with the mechanical and technical stuff. Even fixed the heater in the shack. You should be thankful for that.
Where did she go?
I don't know. Further up the coast. She tried to leave quietly, but the hinges on that door screeched like a cat in heat. Woke me up. I heard her rushing in those heavy boots, heading up north.
It's a peninsula. She might be trapped.
You'll never find her, you know. She knows the coast like the back of her hand. You only just arrived.
I wouldn't worry about that, ma'am. We are persistent.
Yeah, man, I was really hoping she'd be hiding in this village.
Yes, it's going to be too much work for you to find her. Better for you to stay here, get a nice cozy fire going in the heater.
No, you can do it. You still have plenty of juice in you before you drop. Behind the cinder block houses, old pre-war ruins rise to the sky like dark palaces. The wind calls.
One thing, officer. If you do find her, please go easy on her.
She looks around the edge.
She really means it. It's an honest plea.
She's a good girl.
whatever she's mixed up in. Oh, I didn't even get the hand pieces yet. Son of a bitch. Okay. Feels warm and safe here, not like outside.
Hello, mister. Bye.
Oh, there it is. You get your clean jacket now.
Tequila sunset. My jacket?
A look of
What the fuck are you talking about, Tequila? Rosemary.
Oi!
That's...
It becomes, I'm calling it. It's neurological.
That shit is so medium concept, I wouldn't touch it with a stick. But yeah, okay.
It's an okay jacket, if you are into that look. Okay. I've been meaning to have a little chat with you about your sense of style.
My style? What about
it's, well, a little eclectic, don't you think? How would you even describe what you're wearing?
Eclectic is for pop music with indigenous percussion. You're a sartorial maverick.
Superstar casual?
Well, I can't say it doesn't fit you. Still, you might try branching out a little. You know the expression, the clothes make the man. The right outfit in the right situation can make all the difference in the world.
Okay. You're a sharp-dressed man. We could be style buddies.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves, detective.
A warm smile.
Anyway, we should probably get back to the case. Let's go.
Alright. I said I was gonna end soon, but every time I think about ending soon, I think about like 2 other things I could be doing right now. I should probably stop though. He said while continuing to play the video game.
Listen to it. Heavy wooden doors, more than twice your height, stand shut in front of you. The carving on the door is block-like and angular, like the church itself. 2 large beams shoot downwards, sinking into the wood before they reach the threshold.
Over the
The
beam.
surface is smooth from the wind, but moist to the touch.
Look closer
This
at the padlock.
cheap-looking padlock is sturdily built. It shackles together a hasp and a staple screwed into the wooden door. The lock is adorned with a yellow sticker. It'll be easier to break the staple than the lock. Also, that sticker is interesting, somehow.
Like it's a
You
sticker.
see a yellow circle with 2 X's and a big curve below them that looks like a mouth. You're pretty sure you haven't seen it before, but what the symbol depicts is clear enough. A smiling dead guy. The curve makes it smile, and the X's make it dead. There is something blindingly modern about this symbol. Its modernness puts to shame everything you've seen before.
Take another look at the boring padlock for absurdity's
This
sake.
cheap-looking padlock is sturdily built. It'll be easier to break the staple than the lock. Also, that sticker is interesting, somehow. There's nothing like the sound of a sticker unpeeling.
Put the
Now it's
sticker in
stuck
your
to your
ledger
thumb.
after the last entry where it belongs. Put the sticker in your ledger, right on the cover.
Voila! Looks very modern. You're part of the future brigade now, and so is your formerly humdrum ledger. Neon, baby. The lock turns easily. You hear a click as the shackle pops open.
Let's go.
A great whoosh of air rushes into the dark innards of the church, as though rushing to fill a great vacuum in the heart of the city.
Oh. Strange stillness fills as you look ahead. You should walk, not run here. Grotesque wooden figure looks half finished. Figures added later, not part of the original church. For lightning patterns you saw outside. Bark beetles? No. Looks intentional. Something of a forgotten style. Blackboards move complex equations that look recent. Something to do with radio frequencies? Flow of water. I fire went directly into it. Work as a contact microphone.
The silence in this part of the church, it's almost palpable. All the shifting matter and shuffling of living things is gone. Nothing seems to exist beyond the church anymore. Maybe if you were to stand in just the right spot, even your footsteps would be completely silent.
Wait, I think I still hear something.
And then it's gone. Almost all of it. But for the faintest of hums. It seems the sound here is detached from its source somehow, if not blotted out outright. Truly unusual. You can hardly hear your own breathing.
Stamp your feet and clap your hands.
You produce a few muffled thumps, after which the silence feels even more total, somehow.
Yell as loud as you can.
Your voice is barely audible. Not a howl, but the softest of whimpers.
Turn to Ken, what's
The
happening?
lieutenant points to his ears and shakes his head.
Huh?
Then he leans
Oh,
closer.
you made a sandwich?
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, I didn't make the sandwich, but it's all there. Go make your sandwich.
I will.
Now.
I'm gonna end it after this.
No, Dad's in the kitchen. I don't want him eating your steak. Go now.
Okay. Eat. back, but with a sandwich this time. His ears and shakes his head and then leans closer. Can you hear anything? Almost nothing. It's beginning to worry me.
I wonder why the church was built with such strange acoustics.
His detached tone conceals how uncomfortable he is. Maybe the church was designed this way to prevent boisterous activity, singing and dancing on its premises.
Maybe you wanted to discourage singing and dancing?
Could be.
He doesn't seem entirely convinced, though.
The
orderly rows of ceiling panels become barely visible, then disappear completely in the darkness of the tower overhead.
Ooh. You've been fucked no matter what.
Just darkness without end. It makes your head spin. There's nothing. You're dizzy and disoriented as you see dark and more dark rising.
Officer, what are you looking at?
What's this like?
Filled with vague shapes of woodwork, the sense of a great height. You see something hanging from the rafters, looking straight at you with dark eyes. Maybe it's possible to talk to it. Is that a man? Looks more like part of the carpentry of the building came alive and is now studying you intently. The Crab Man. The man leaned forward a little, fixing you with a steady, unreadable gaze, then speaks.
Habitual alcohol use has made you into a scared little pussy, Holmes. But don't worry, everything's gonna be alright. You come to the right place.
That accent is Villalobos, a peninsula in Mesk, and a district in general. There's a sizable contingent of Villalobos-speaking Mesks in Revachol.
What are you doing here?
I'm here to receive the mother's love. You can too, Holmes. And when you're ready, she will take your hand and lift you out of that despair at the bottom of that bottle.
This man is obviously a habitual narcotics user. Do we really need to question him?
Hey, and what was that about, the bottle again? You haven't even drank that much lately. Lay off it already. Shish.
Yeah, I guess I've been a bit of a problem, but it's been getting out of hand lately, but... about police things, I don't know anything about use.
Oh yeah, sure. You don't know anything about alcohol use. You got it all under control, Wade. I could smell the control all the way over here.
I'm sure just fine, thank you.
I know it's hard to admit that you got a problem. I was like you once.
Literally haven't
Couldn't take
drinking
an
this
honest
entire
look into
thing.
my own heart and see I was in pain.
You know, actually, since we're here, you may want to pay attention to what the ceiling climber is saying.
Look at these crazies. What is this shit?
What is this shit?
It doesn't matter who I am, Way. I'm just bringing you the message of the mother's love. She don't want you to hang yourself on your own stubbornness.
His words echo on the cool
This
air
is
of
the
church.
church of the Mother of Silence. You are welcome here.
He sways gently in the beams, waiting for you
You
to
have no
take it all in.
idea what the fuck he's talking about. Is he just trying to throw you off your game? 'Tis not an act, my liege. Save him perchance he hath deceived his very self. This man is a zealot.
Know where the spooker is?
Oh, the spooker? Oh, esa viejita es muy estudiosa. Don't know, Holmes.
Viejita is grandma?
Wait, is there... So there is another person living in the church? Viejita?
No. I just call her viejita because of her clothes. She's actually quite young. Or maybe not that young. Age is just one of the many masks we wear.
Wait, what if it's Ruby?
Did it ever seem to you like she was hiding here from something?
The lieutenant seems to be thinking the same. He takes out his
You
lone
mean like a
notebook.
fugitive?
He glances at the abandoned radio computer on the other side. And he pulsing with light, and then he shakes
No,
his head.
man. Quite the opposite. I don't think she cared much about authority or anything else for that matter. Maybe only about her machines.
I see. And where is she now?
I told you, Holmes. I don't know.
You not know where you both
Don't
live
really
here.
follow her comings and goings. Just see her typing on her computer now and then. We got different interests.
So you got nothing else to tell me? How she looks, what she does, who she is?
I'm afraid not, Essay. You just have to wait until she comes back, or
search through her radio computer.
Somebody else want to turn this place into a nightclub.
The ones in the tent outside, right? I see them. Think they scared of me.
Wait, did they have a reason to be scared?
Nah, man. They look pretty funny. And I don't harm no one anymore. Anyway.
What do you think about... So... What do you think about the nightclub that
Why
is?
not? They wouldn't bother me none. I'm usually way up there, imbibing. Ain't no music on earth that can reach where I go. Might even be nice to have some company.
He said that in spite of himself. He's more attached to the human than he'd like to think.
You must be the crab man.
Never known myself to be a crab. But if that's the name you got for me, I won't stop you from using it.
Yeah, it's your neighbors who came up with this name, not me.
I always thought of myself more like a flame, flickering along the rafters and beams. It may be that I gotta work on my technique.
Maybe.
That's not the only technique he's working on. Look at those carved sculptures. And is that a satchel of tools over there?
Wait, did you also carve all those sculptures?
Sure am. Whittling wood used to be something I just did to
Wood did
busy
not
my
want to come out of my
hands.
mouth. Sculptures.
Now I use those same hands in service of something greater than my own restlessness.
All right, let's consider the context and meaning here.
Your eyes is derivative. See what you've done? That the figures are trying to become one with the church, or perhaps with the mother herself?
It's all just for the mother, man. No need to overthink it.
What were you before you became a crab man and a wood carver?
I was in a gangway, but my memories of that time are fading. Most of them are already gone.
It's like I get to create a whole new me, start again from scratch.
That's not really the point, I say. You gotta give yourself over to service. Service of the mother, that is.
Do you remember your name, sir?
The lieutenant is not particularly interested in this information. He's just trying to assert some control over the conversation.
Tiago's my name, but those syllables don't mean much to me these days. A name isn't just your identity, but also, so to speak, your place amongst your fellas, your place in the world. I ain't got no use for such a place anymore.
Henry Dubois. in the world is Lieutenant...
That's just the thing, Holmes. None of that matters.
What are you doing
This
here?
is a special place. There's a perforation in the world up there. A way out into nothingness. This church was built around it for purposes of veneration. I circled it, nurtured by the silence bestowed by the mother. One of these days, I'll be pure enough to go drink from it directly.
What happens when you drink from the...
I will be incinerated, but not destroyed. Finally, I won with the state of the world before reality began.
That sounds a bit like substitution behavior, no? You know a thing or two about that.
It's this mother of science you keep talking about.
That's no simple question, I said. She is one who can be painted or sculpted. She is a cavity in the dark beyond sense. She saved me, but I couldn't describe her to you. No one can, Holmes.
You sure you didn't just
And
switch
no
from one drug
ever will.
to another?
It's not like that at all, man. It's just faith and joyful service.
Too gleeful, those words. He is lying. Not to you, to his very own self.
Faith is a kind of
I
drug.
heard that before, Way. And I know I can't convince you on the spot. But think, when's the last time you woke up from silent communion with a hangover, regretting what you did last night?
There are drugs darker than alcohol circling your system.
I think love might have been my drug of choice. I think I'm still hungover from it.
She took you for a good spin, huh? Don't worry, bro. That love is but a drop compared to the ocean of the mother's love. The mother will eat all of you and never spit you out.
Let's agree to disagree.
I know it will take time. Don't sweat it.
I still don't understand what you're doing.
I know
with the
it will
church.
take time. Don't sweat it.
Okay.
I'm a seraph, Holmes. I sing the mother's glory.
You see, for me, the superstar cop.
I ain't from no Marietti, if that's what you're thinking. And the song I sing is silent as the mother.
Marietti is a mesque style of music and dance, commonly seen at all manner of festivities, especially weddings. It's delightfully quaint, owing to its peasant origins.
How did you even find this place? This
Hard
church?
to say. I think I did some construction work here, back when I still had material worries. Up there, I realized what the true purpose of the church was. Been spending a lot of time here ever since. The past is nothing to me now, Way. It didn't belong to me.
The sinewy figure lingers on the wooden beams, blending into the shadows.
You've been here a long time. Do you know why the church is abandoned?
Police raid a while back.
Did you witness it?
Not really. Or at least I don't remember much of it anymore. The mother's love has done its job. That's what's so great about the mother. It lets you forget about everything.
Okay then, thanks. Grass. Colorful. Plus strong flowers in the grass obscuring the view. Reaches pain threshold, that's nice. Is that the quote-unquote invisible bird? I just... Huh. What pill card? I just need to... research it and it maybe come back here and then I can actually capture the bird, question mark? Good work. Two deck reels, reel tape spinning on empty. What a blame. Is it possible they're recording something? People are coming from outside into the antenna. What's this?
In white, silver, and apricot faience, the young mother of humanism stands above you. A crack runs across her body. She is impossibly tall, oval-faced and sad. A dark and radiant majesty. This is her innocence, Dolores Day. Cradled in her arms are a pair of glowing lungs, clearly visible from underneath her flowing dress. You should kneel. Your knees touch the floor. The floorboards are hard and cold. There you kneel among the snowdrifts, diffuse light falling on your hands from beyond the glass.
Look
The
up.
woman looks down at you kneeling. She towers among her followers, architects, laymen, courtiers. There is a sad smile on her lips, and a glint in her green-blue eye of what? Compassion? Remorse? She acknowledges the passing of someone who is still alive. You.
It's compassion.
As that soft word passes through your mind, the lieutenant draws an X-shaped cross from shoulder to shoulder.
You do the same as you get out.
Your fingertips touch your chest 4 times. Then you rise from your knees into the apricot-colored light of the window. Above you, the woman still smiles her distant smile, sundered by the crack in the glass.
Nice, I read The Great Innocence, and that gives me a bonus here. But first, I'm gonna maximize that bonus. Upping encyclopedia. Okay, I guess we'll just swap out these glasses.
The mother of humanism stands above you, despite the damage you've done to
Double
yourself.
sixes!
The title appears lodged in your hippocampus. This is her innocence, Dolores Day. The innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state. Perhaps the most famous human being ever to have lived. No amount of Commodore Red can wipe her sad smile from your brain thing. It has survived the deluge and haunts you still, and will haunt you forever, as it haunts all men.
Is there something terrifying about her?
Terrifying is a term too emotionally charged for your semantic memory, or what remains of it. Although she's often considered
I need
be
to
the
stop.
greatest human being
I have work
to ever
tomorrow.
live,
I need to stop.
there
I
was something
could just keep
ominous
going for
about
hours in this
Dolores
fucking
Day,
game, because every
constantly
time
surrounded by her
it just gives me
failures.
enough little things for me to keep on going. Like, stop after this last thing. I'll stop after this last thing.
She was the most
I mean, I'm glad to be
socially
playing this game again.
and least self-aware.
Before, I was just
of
always
all
tired
the
every time I
instances.
booted it up,
Some
and now I
modern
feel great.
thinkers would consider her a war criminal. for
Maybe
the
that was
campaigns
depression,
she
boy.
waged against
Or maybe
the
that's just me
Mexican
having a
state.
very
And
shit
then
sleep schedule
there were the
that I'm
resettlement
not currently
programs.
helping. What happened?
The Mexican state tried to detach itself from inacentic rule. Parts of the world were
boy,
experiencing
I know I should stop
whiplash
playing the video
from
game.
accelerating into secularism. Her mandatory education programs and mass resettlement of upstream
I don't think
Maldives
Coco
were
cares much for this
problematic
game.
as well.
She doesn't
Dissenters
think
were
shit
suppressed
in
by a
chat.
military force she called the Army of Humanity,
Normally Coco would say something. Even Coco would probably yell at me to go to sleep if she actually
suggesting
cared.
those who fight against it are not part of humanity.
Still nothing.
She adored chess, yes, but also military war games. Dolores Day often holds a tiny tin soldier between her index finger and thumb in icons such as this. She was also blonde, the blondest woman you have ever seen, with green eyes the color of the Pacific, mare interregnum. Little is known of her Marchese husband. It's as if he vanished from history after completing his role, which was to introduce Dolores Day to court. In conclusion, yes, there is something lonely, paranoid, and even terrifying that people seldom mention, but feel when they think of her. This subtle terror is part of her iconography.
Lieutenant Yefreighter, you've stood there for over 5 minutes.
Lieutenant's convoy seconds to
What are you thinking of, if I may ask?
Yeah, war criminal. She's beautiful. Glowing lens, that's fucked up. She's somehow connected to the case. She's not human.
Okay. This church, the coast in general, we shouldn't linger here. This isn't a good place to get lost in. We should conclude our business and move on.
The mother of humanism stands above you. A jigsaw of broken shards falls into place in front of you. A ghostly reconstruction of the stained glass window. Before it was shattered, there was an older woman beneath the younger one. And a text. A leitmotif below them both.
Hey! What shattered this mosaic?
Unknown. A motor carriage? A gunshot? Someone falling into it? Or maybe just hooligans looking for something to break.
Who is this older woman?
The escutcheon on her throne says, Irene the Navigator. She is depicted as an older woman wearing thick-rimmed eyeglasses, holding a golden Reichsapfel in one hand and a scepter in the other. This is the queen her innocent stay advised. Above, she herself is whole. Small figures of wise men, common men, worshippers walk up the stairs to stand at her feet. Secret servicemen, 30 years, stand in a row guarding her. It must have taken years to produce this work in all its dizzying detail.
Hey. Calm it down. The motto was to say.
Below both women, in luminous black letters, Après la vie, mort. Après la mort, la vie de nouveau.
Which means?
And then, along the left side, Après le monde, la gré. Après le gré, le monde de nouveau. After life, death. After death, life again. After the world, the pale. After the pale, the world again. This is the great leitmotif of humanism, a summary of the effect of the discovery of this Isola, the Insulindian, on human thinking. A tremendous sea change akin to finding life after death.
Lieutenant, this used to say life after death, death after.
Death, life again. After the world, the pale. After the pale, the world again. This exaltation is common in Dolorian sacralism. In the early years, it was even incorporated as the RCM slogan. No more, however.
Why?
It was deemed subservient to use a strongly moral intern-related motto. We already suspected of bootlicking. The sentence was also seen as too feminine. It was a macho thing.
What's the RCM motto now?
Justice, union, prudence, and force.
Whoa. I think the other one's
So
better.
do I.
The mother of humanism towers above you. A wax painting on a cracked pane of glass. Nothing has changed in her expression.
Still is
The
dead.
old woman in the village was right. This must be the Dolorian Church of Humanity in Martinez, or the Small Pinewood Church in some records.
You knew this place?
It's a minor
You know this
landmark,
place?
not easy to find. Most maps misplace it. It was built not long after Revachol's founding, 300 or so years ago, by first-generation settlers.
On the coast of an uninhabited archipelago where only animals had roamed before, in the wild reeds.
Okie dodo.
Who's that?
A touch of absurdity there. Nice. A machine stands in the corner, watched over by the...
I need to stop. I need to stop.
A radio computer. And it's turned on. We should leave. I doubt this place bears any connection to the case.
Save game. Save. Main menu. Confirm. This is stopping. And we will also take a break from Disco Elysium because tomorrow... Thank you. Atomic Heart comes out. And I'm gonna play that. It looks like it might be fun. I hope it's fun. But that's my goal. It's to play this game tomorrow. But, so, Disco Elysium's going on pause again. But once I beat that, then it's back to Disco Elysium, and then so on and so forth. Part 2. Yo. Beautiful performance by 2. Did my phone just decide never to share the fucking live chat that I got? Wow, it did. My phone just decided no texts were gonna show up on it. Like, at fucking all. That's cool. I really need to get a second monitor for this. Now I'm curious when the laughing emoji and when all the other stuff... I know when this came up, it's when I sang karaoke for the day. Got hello, got a hi from mom. Now I need to go yell at Coco. And then Coco's gonna conveniently just be mid-text or something. There it is.